Hello again, folks. Alright, now, there's been a recent development. Whilst we were flying around looking at all the various radio signals we saw on Earth, we've found a pretty cool looking spot here. That mountainside there, it's got a really nice view of this valley, and it's got a lot of protection around it. So what we're thinking is, like, Marty came up with the idea. It's like, oh, that'd look really cool, and we could like set up a nice protected area. Now we are fairly close to a couple of other bases nearby, but I don't think they're going to pose a significant threat to us. You never know, but at the same time, that's all part of the fun of the game, really. So what I'm going to do over here is, set up a ground base. I'm going to make it so that it'll be fairly easy to detach from the voxels here, so we can just pick it up with the ship. But what I want to do is try and transfer, like, a lot of the ores and cargoes. Probably take off, or not cargo, but ores, ingots, all that sort of stuff, and strip down the refineries off of this ship here, because it's really heavy as it is now. So yeah, like, we've set up all the refineries on the ground over here, and make a sort of like a temporary base on the ground here with all that sort of stuff. And yeah, transfer all of the refining facilities, or put a nuclear reactor here as well, so that way we don't have to worry about power and all that sort of business. And that way I can use this ship to go back to space. At the moment it is very, very heavy, and it's very difficult to fly it. We lost the landing gear. It caused a lot of damage underneath when we hit the ground a little bit too hard, and also some of the maneuvering that I did trying to park the ship up, caused a lot of damage to it. So yeah, this is all light armor blocks down the bottom here, so that's what caused us all that grief. Now we don't want to rip up all the voxels along the ground down here. So what I'll do is just build something up a little bit, and place all the stuff down, and get that refining all the ore on the ground here. And that way what I can do as well is I can jet back to space. Marty told me a little bit of a trick with the GPS locations. Is what I should have done is log into the other server and copied all my GPS locations across to a notepad or something like that. And because there's a lot of ore locations and ice locations in space that would have been pretty handy. What we also want to do is over on the ice lake over there is set up a ice mining facility over there, so we can dig up the ice really, really quickly, and either cart the ice back over here for processing into hydrogen fuel for our tanks. But so that way we can jet around, no worries, set up a refueling type depot and all the rest of that sort of business. Should be a lot of fun. So yeah, the plan's changed a bit. The plan's constantly changing. There's nothing wrong with that, in my opinion. But yeah, let's get to laying some blocks down. Might have a look at doing different color. So let's have a look at colors, see what we've got in the color picker. Maybe go for the camo, make it a little bit less standouty. Blend in with the grass a little bit. Because why not, if we can make it a little more camouflaged, it might not be spotted from space. Needs steel plate, so have an enormous amount of materials on the ship at the moment, so and it is getting really hard to fly it around, so perhaps it is time to look at doing something like this. Now, I tried to fly that little, well, it's not really little, the drone welder thingy that I'd made before, and yeah, didn't fare too well, unfortunately. Okay, I think they're off the ground. Actually, I don't think they are, so I'm going to leave these ones off, because I want to make sure this is easy to detach later on. And I might just, instead of being there, I think I will move this to here. I think that's in a voxel. See if I can turn the jetpack right around and see if another one will go underneath, because if it won't, then it'll be fine. Yeah, nah, I think we're all fine. So yeah, we want a lot of space here. Gonna get these blocks all welded up sooner rather than later, because when they're all just frames like this, very easy to see. I will stick a ramp on here, so yeah, we can get up. And yeah, we're gonna have quite a reasonable sized platform. Like, we're gonna put a lot of refineries on here. Hopefully doesn't get noticed by anybody anytime soon, but you never know. And even if it does, like, probably what we'll do is I'll put up some defenses and stuff like that as well. Chuck up some Gatling guns. We've got enough material that we can make a fair amount of defenses. I mean, we could go the whole safe zone bit, but I think it'd be more fun this way. So we'll just clean this one up. Okay, first things first, probably want to put a nuclear reactor in somewhere. So I'll get all the parts ready over here. And the other thing I'll want to do, I suppose, if I get a nuclear reactor going over here, then we've got power, and also put a docking port on. That way I can just dock the ship to it and have the ship parked directly to the station. And also what I can do is just transfer the materials directly across that way. That seems like a good way to go about it. Yeah, I think that's how I will do it. So yeah, because this running backwards and forwards thing, that's going to get tiresome pretty quick. But yeah, go into our blueprints thing here on our production queue, and we'll queue up all the parts for a large reactor. Shouldn't have any trouble banging that out. I mean, we've probably already got a lot of the stuff, except for maybe the reactor components. I think that's going to be the big thing. But anyway, what else we will need? We will need to have a battery on the grid, at least a battery. Otherwise, yeah, the grid may get deleted. So I'm going to try to do this in a smart way, so don't end up running around in circles, stuff like that. So actually, what I might do first is just weld all of this stuff up. Steel plate. Okay, we're going to need a mountain of steel plate. Like, it's not a problem. Like, nothing's a problem. Like, we've gotten to the point of the game where yeah, everything is easily manageable. So got a good supply of resources and all that sort of stuff, all set, ready to go. A lot of ores. And yeah, like at the moment, because the base ship is quite well set, can very easily just go and grab some more. I didn't mean to grab the steel tubes, but oh well. Dump everything back, and I'll refill that hydrogen bottle again. And probably, oh yeah, I've got to get rid of those thrusters. I meant to do that quite a while ago. So yeah, we'll chuck our bottle back in. That's not letting me throw it back in. How irritating. I did set all these hydrogen tanks to refill, so don't need this stuff. Don't need that ammo. But what I can do with that ammo is I can just chuck it in one of these guns. That'll always be helpful. Okay, steel plate. Yeah, definitely gonna want to do a weld ship, I think. Hide the empties, steel plate. We could drop our oxygen bottle because we're running around with our helmet open at the moment, so we got no problems breathing. We are on an Earth-like world. That'll also free up the inventory a little bit, like personal, well, empty my pockets a bit, so we're gonna chuck this there, chuck it in here. Grab some more steel plate. Keep my gun handy just in case. Even though, well, there are a couple of other people online. PMC. I don't know who they are. Got nothing against them. Just don't know them. I got nothing against anybody until they do something like detrimental. More steel plate. Alright, that'll make it harder to see. Because that's the only real point to doing the paint and welding it up like that is it does make it a little more difficult to see. At the moment we don't have a lot of defenses to speak of, so yeah, when we're undefended, best thing to do is to remain inconspicuous. Although I probably am broadcasting with my antenna, so I might want to turn that off. Just check that. I think I turned it off. No, I didn't turn it off. We're broadcasting 15 kilometers. This one here is broadcasting to. Alright, now we're not. It's definitely not. Yeah, we don't need to advertise where we are if we're trying to stay hidden. That'd be a bit redundant. So, not a gravity generator. We want a nuclear reactor. 2. We want a big one. There we go. Nice sized reactor. And also we want to put a battery on somewhere. So we'll just chuck it on the ground. Like on the floor here, we can always incorporate it into the wall. So we just chuck it there. So yeah, parts for that, parts for that. Can we weld? Yeah, we can weld a bit up with that. So the battery's probably going to want to give us the parts for that first. That tree is in the way. It's just obstructing my view, and I keep feeling like I'm going to run into it and annihilate myself, which is something that I do frequently. So yeah, nah, turf the tree. I have never tried to cut a tree down with an angle grinder. Like, that's one of the many things I've never done with tools. I'm sure you could. I don't know if you should. Make a hell of a lot of smoke, I reckon. I reckon if you're motivated enough, you could do it with a circular saw. If you had a big enough blade on a circular saw, like, I don't think you'd have a problem at all with it. Safety wise though, oof, sounds sketchy to me. Be something like one of those idiots at work YouTube videos, I think. Not something I would really want to be a part of, to be honest. Like, I've spent my time doing dumb things. But that is not one of them. We want to collect our parts. Now, we won't have to hike backwards and forwards collecting parts once we get our stuff connected up either. Like, in retrospect, the reactor probably wasn't the first thing I should have built, but at the same time, meh. All I thought was, I need power. And in fact, I might, because yeah, we got the port there. May as well just chuck the cargo container on. Need an interior plate for that. I think I'll use this one. I'll use the industrial one. Interior plate. See where it's gonna put it like that, because that looks like it'll be well camouflaged from the top. Not that it's going to matter if I put a roof on it. I'm going to chuck a heavy armor roof on, I think. Hang on, I'm going to get rid of... Oh, I'll use up all the reactor components that I've got, and I'm going to take that off of the build planner. So I'll get this cargo container, because I've got the battery there, I'll get the cargo container done first, because that won't take too long. It'll only take a couple trips. So that reactor's going to take several, like, stacks. So yeah, I'll pipe up a docking port for this. Take off this. I wanted to get rid of these ages ago. They were useless, especially in an atmosphere. They're way too small. I was super optimistic with putting them on. It was desperation time at the time. It's like, oh no, we're gonna get stuck, we're gonna get stranded. Like, yeah, it was not quite loving life at that point in time, or at least not from the game aspect. I think we might go for the industrial pipes as well. Might chuck some of those down. Swap it for the interior wall block. So So we'll chuck this block in here because they look pretty cool. Yeah, I'm gonna refill everything. Actually, go in this door here because it's. There we go. Only because it looks cool. Of course, we need interior plate. I'm gonna chuck a bunch of actually, yeah. Well, I'll just chuck it on there like that for now. In fact, should I? Yeah, because we're gonna need a stack of cargo containers to empty out all of these ones, which is what I want to do. Anyway, grab some interior plate. We'll lay out the pipe. We'll just do the piping for this for now. So go up. Go up a little bit. We'll come out a bit. And we'll go into a connector. Steel plate. So yeah, we should be able to dock the ship side on like that. So queue all this stuff up, collect all the parts we need. And yeah, we'll just, on the side there, we'll chuck a bunch more cargo containers, maybe come out with them, or actually go back with them a little way. Stack them up. Yeah, we'll just put maybe 10. I don't know, a random number. But yeah, being able to directly connect up this means that I can just take parts out of the base itself and not have to do this flying backwards and forwards business, and just make it a damn sight easier to knock all this stuff up. Okay, and we're going to want a a connector on the side here. 5. And yeah, we should be able to work with that. So bugger. Alright. Can I get the rest of the parts? Yes. Thank you. I'll rename this connector here to the port connector, being that's the side of the ship it's on. So that way I know which one to lock and which one specifically I'm going to be locking. So then I can add that into my cockpit controls. So we go into the G menu. If we type, barely need to type port connector, and we can go switch lock. So that way, when we get it all lined up, now we can take off. Now, I could have put a camera over the connector. I didn't because lazy. Okay, we are locked onto the ground again. We may need to go higher with that docking port, just because we are, we are in a good spot for it. So missed it again. Back up a bit more. Bring it in. Up a bit. Roll a little bit. There we go. The other thing is, if we do this right, it'll help level us out. So that way, being on the ship, Won't feel like we're always on a lean. So yeah, we just go like that, and we go switch lock on the port connector. So now we can turn our engines off, and we will just sit here comfortably. Still on a little bit of an angle, but nothing is perfect. Okay, now that's sorted. I'll chuck another container behind if it's not going to interfere with the voxels. So, 2. The other thing that, well, the good thing that we can do now is we can just grab stuff directly out of this, which is good news for us. We want cargo container. Stick it up that way. We want another one here, and another one here, except that way up. And let's finish off that reactor. We're going to have to do it from this side. Actually, rather than do the reactor, do it the difficult way. Let's do this cargo container. Can we reach that there? Yeah, if we squat, so we can dump everything back in. Right click. We've still got the reactor on the build planner. Got to take it off. Okay, try again. So add that to build planner. It's not letting me do it. That's annoying. Oh well. Hard way it is. It'll still put us closer. I'll put a connector closer. I mean, I wanted to try something different with different cargo containers. Jetpack fuel's running out.
Fuel critical.
Oh no, can't get up there. Alright. Where's our H2 tanks? Refill that. Okay, this one. Okay, why is it not letting me take stuff out of there? I don't know why. I got no idea. Alright. Now the other thing I'll do is I'll stick 4 more on top here. Because yeah, and I'll just empty everything that's in the cargo containers in here straight into there. In fact, I'll stick 2 more this way and then 6 on top. So yeah, we'll have stacks of them. But I'll finish this nuke off first. We're a bit closer, so still gonna feels like it's still gonna take an eternity. have to take like 20 trips. Yeah, we'll get some really good defenses set up as well, so that way it keeps the honest people honest. It's really all it does. If someone's really motivated to get in, there's a good chance that yeah, defending an open position like this, it is really hard to do. Like, they could dig under us and all sorts of other dumb stuff like that. I mean, you try to prevent it, but at the same time, all we're really doing is looking at deterring, like, stupidity or irritations. Okay, nuclear reactors up and going. So we'll add some more blocks around the front here. So we got like a walkway thing going on. Need more steel plate. Yeah, we want to get all this infrastructure all set up nicely, so that way, yeah, we can just focus on, like, afterwards, either acquiring materials like fuel and ice and uranium and ores and other stuff, which might go through and move some of those known spots from the other server, see if they do correlate with this one. Because if they do, yeah, that'll be good. It it make things a damn sight easier, because there's a lot of, like, there's quite a few uranium sites that we were frequenting on the other one, and they worked really well. So the better the devil you know sort of home ground advantage there. So pick up this. I might even extend this over to the other one, so that way we've got like a walkway going on here. Like, it's probably not going to be perfect, but alright, welder time, because I can just jump over there like that, and I might be able to jump back. But anyway, let's check out our steel plate situation. We do have some on us, but whilst we're here, grab some more. So back we go. Oh, look at that, ease of access there. Got Windows got nothing on me as far as that goes. So I've never found their ease of access actually make access easier. Found it just to be a bunch of extra crap I've got to try and figure out. Just like the early days of voice recognition stuff. It's like, did you mean something completely random or obscene? And it's like, just because I'm Australian doesn't mean I'm constantly using vulgar language. I mean, there's a good chance of it, but making assumptions about me based on my ethnicity or region of birth. I am joking, by the way, being quite facetious. Steel plate. Now, yes, this will be quicker with the weld chip, but it doesn't fly. It's too heavy. You have to put like big thrusters on it, and at the moment, kind of more focused on the base build sort of side of things. So Just gonna roll with that for now. When it comes time to do the heavy armor on the top though, like for the protection side of things, yeah, nah, don't really want to weld that up by hand. It is definitely worth the effort to make that ship fly in the atmosphere. Lifting all the stuff to do the roof with. Like the roof, I want to put heavy armor on just for added protection from aerial bombardment, I suppose. Although, yeah, I suppose it is necessary in some ways. Like if someone wants to go at it with missiles and whatnot. I mean, we're not super. It's not being sealed up super tight. What I might do is just stick some turrets around the place as well, a little way off. It's a new day in the game. Welding these up to make them visible from less visible from distance. So like the unwelded grids are very easy to spot from a long way off. They really do stick out. So okay, more cargo containers. So I need interior plates for those. We want stacks of those. So interior plate. So yep, chuck 2 more here. And I'll have to pipe up the ones that go above it, but that's not a big deal. And that's only because, yeah, I'm using the industrial cargo containers, like, and that's just because I think they look cool. Like, they'll add, it's something different. And we'll stick the ones on top up there as well. So, yep, that's how I want it. I think that one, did that one? No, it didn't rotate itself. So, there we go. That's how I want that one. Ah, press the wrong damn key. Okay, that's the correct way for what I'm trying to achieve here. Yep, that's right. There. And the last one. There. So how many was that? That was 8. So put 8 on production. Just do it from here. I'll just go 10. So that way I'm going to have all of the ones that I want. Dump everything. Build planner is empty. Ah, oh, come on, I did click on it. It's still not letting me take stuff out of it. I don't know why it's bugging out like that. But that's fine. Once we've got, well, the first thing we're gonna chuck down here is all the refineries and stuff. So chuck a bunch of assemblers on. But build plan is empty. Ah, finished it. Nice. Yeah, still not letting me take stuff out. What the hell? Like, I built you. There's sad news about what happened on the other server with the IPC faction base there that I made. I had to delete a significant part of it because somebody managed to steal a safe zone generator. So yeah, not massively bummed out, but it is still disappointing because, you know, that thing looked pretty cool. It was an enormous base. It's quite impressive. So yeah, there's no safe zone there anymore, which is unfortunate. I suppose the other thing we could do is, like, we know of some good ice asteroid locations. We could always just mine those and parachute cargo containers down to here, or drone them down. That'd be interesting. See if Marty knows how to do that. Eek. Jittering around all over the place. Yeah, once I get the refineries put down here as well. Actually, with what I'll do is move a whole bunch of the components into these cargo containers. Then after that, that's done. Actually, pipe them up first, obviously. So yeah, that would be a little bit of an irritant. I suppose just run the pipe up from there to there. That will do the job. And look cool in a way. I mean, there's more efficient ways to go about it, but I want it to look somewhat cool at the moment.
Energy low.
And nearly at a H2 as well. So refill my jetpack and my suit. And my bottle. So, yeah. Tank time. See, this is one of the big problems with building on planets with gravity. Like, even with the jetpack, it is a bit of a process because, yeah, like, you run out of hydrogen real fast. Build plan is empty. So how many we got? We got 12 containers here. And we can always add more. But there, container's done. Okay, now we want interior plate. Want to run some tubes. So pipe there, elbow pipe there, and 1, 2, 3, and deposit, collect, and weld. Yeah, alright. So we've got all those containers now are connected. Next step is chop that tree down, I think, because that is going to get in my way and cause me grief. All you arborists can stop crying about it because it's a digital tree. It'll spawn back once we all leave. Need steel plate. Actually, first things first. Whoa. Missed the step. I'm going to do it from over there so I can tell where I am. I know what colour's what. If we have a look at this ship only, and we go to this one and we start moving all of our materials into here, we can just collect them from here. So take that, all those crappy tools, actually hide the empty stuff because don't need to worry about that. I'm going to leave all the ingots on the ship for now because that's where they're going to be of the most use. Because that's where the assemblers are at the moment. But all this other stuff is shifted across. I probably will accidentally shift some over, so if you are watching, don't burn me too bad because, you know, I don't pay the closest attention to a lot of stuff. Probably, well, it doesn't really matter. You have shipbuilding facilities here, don't need the drill over there. Chuck that, chuck that, chuck that, that. No, not those two. What other components? Chuck those ones, these ones. And I'll move all the ores over. The other thing as well is once the ship's emptied, like significantly emptied, I can just stick drills on the ship. We need to just take a lot of the weight off it at the moment. We are way heavy, full of ore. So yeah, if we can dump everything to the base, we filled up one container already. We have got a lot of stuff. Don't need to worry about that stuff. It's not super heavy. So yeah, we've taken a significant weight out of the ship already. What is it, mass? We've taken 1 million kilos off it just in parts. Or more than that, thinking about it. There's another 170,000 kilos there and continuing. Oops. I grabbed ingots. Don't need those over there yet. No, that can stay. That can go, that can go, that can go. Ingots and ores can stay until we get the refineries. Once we put the refineries up over here, all the ingots can come off except for maybe some uranium. Like, I wouldn't mind keeping some on my ship so I can refine it there as well. I'll probably go and do a run out to space and put some more up. Like collect some more uranium ore, but anyway, now we can collect the steel plate from here, which is good news. I thought I clicked on it. Okay, we'll extend the floor out. So yeah, we're gonna stick a bunch of refineries down here now. Also we don't need so many refineries on the ship if we're going to be running a base. So we can get away with just one refinery. I might keep the assemblers though. Because yeah, if we're going to use the ship to weld stuff up, we can use it to fabricate the parts that we need at a moment's notice sort of thing. So that way, yeah, if we are out of parts for a specific thing, yeah, we can just slap them down and save us a lot of hassles that way. So I did it again, didn't I? Way to go, Brittany. Oh, freaking heck. But yeah, I mean, there has been a significant weight reduction in the ship already, so that's good news. Steel plate. More steel plate. Now, I'm not spending too much time thinking about where I'm putting stuff. I just know I want a lot of stuff like laid out here, so this is not planned by any stretch of the imagination. This is just going to be a bulk refinery type setup. Refinery assemblers, so that way, yeah, like we can process all the ores that I have on the ship, which there is a lot of, super quick. We can go and pick up more ores, and also the slow to refine ores, like the uranium and stuff like that. We can start smashing through that quicker, which would be really good. In fact, I might stick the refinery in the middle. Actually, no, I'll put it on the side. Just leave a little bit of a gap. So anyway, where did I put those? I think it was on number 5. Yep. So we want the industrial refinery because it looks cool. I'll put it about, yeah, that looks alright like that. And yeah, stick a few right next to each other, so they'll all pipe into each other, and I'll leave a little bit of a gap and run a pipe between them, I think. And I'll put another row of refineries on this side, so there's an alley there sort of thing. So yep, pipe, whoops, 2, no, 3. There we go. We need interior plate, so grab some of that. Go for the straight pipe first. Then we go for elbow. This is not the PCU efficient way of doing it. This is I think it's going to look better this way. So 1, 2, 3, and grab stuff. Put stuff back. Now grab stuff. Yep. Bang, bang, and bang. There we go. Now start doing that. Can I reach that? Yep. And all yield modules going on the back here as well. So I think flying is going to be the way to go with this. Yep. Can't quite reach it there, but can there. So don't have to move, just have to swivel around. God, I wish working in industry was really like this. Okay, this one. Not because it's easier, but because it's so efficient. Or you can make it so efficient. You can do a hell of a lot of stuff. I know it's just a game, but it'd be really nice if, you know, this is what the future really did look like. But, you know, that's just not realistic. It's a game. I get it. But yeah, after working real hard with some really lazy people over the years, in logistics, manufacturing, retail, everywhere, it's like the people that just really killed my employment life, like, was the people that just made things harder because they couldn't be bothered. Like, I worked myself almost to death several times, like to the point where I'm a cripple now because that's what it took to get the job done, and it still wasn't good enough. Alright, they're all up and going, so I can shift all... Oh, I'll put the other ones up first, but they'll start taking ore out of the ship and loading themselves up. So we'll leave maybe a 2-block square and do another row of refineries. So yeah, we want lots of refineries, so... yeah. Go out one. No, it's not going to let me. Okay, more floor. Needs steel plate. Fair enough. I will concede. Whoops. That may need to be there. Oh, that one doesn't. Right. Now, more refineries. And we'll pipe them up over the top. In fact, I won't go too high with the refineries. It's like, you know, 8 is quite a few. I mean, you can always put more, but... But I had some. Didn't know I'd used it all. Anywho. So, how many blocks is that? That's uptight. 1, 2. Eek. Is that the right spot? No, of course it's not the right spot. Okay, grinder. Want it over one from there, so I'm probably going to mess it up again. There. Yeah, that looks better. Alright, so we'll stick another one here. And one. Why wouldn't you think I want it lined up like that? And why would I want it rotated like that? Anyway, so drop all that stuff. Oh no, not again. Okay, run a pipe across the top. Oh, the pipes don't line up. Oh, that's less than perfect. Oh well. Doesn't not to worry in the slightest. We just go like that. Oh, don't have any interior plate. Okay. Interior plate. There we go. Good amount of that. And turn that around like that. And then over here, we turn that one up like that. Then straight pipe. You're just going for the simple looking pipe. Because as much as I want to make it look cool, you don't need to add all the complicated flanges and all that business to it. Probably should have put all of them on the build planner first. Alright, there's another one done. It's raining! Hopefully there's no thunderstorms. I don't want to have to deal with those again. Should probably put a catwalk across the top here so I can just walk across. But, you know, doesn't matter. So once I've got that other one welded up, then I'll have access to that conveyor tube. So I can do this. Gonna have to power up the suit in a second anyway. Okay, out of computers. Okay. Okay, do the suit and the hydrogen again. Right down to the wire. Nice. Still got it all done. Now, yield module time. What do I want? Oh, that's right. I was going to refill my hydrogen tank as well. So it's one less thing I have to concern myself with. Yeah, got a nice industrial plant going on here. So yield modules, production, yield modules. This will put them on production on the ship. Oops, there we go, yield module. So I've got 8x4, which is 32. So 32 yield modules. We need steel plate to get them started. So let's do that. There's an enormous amount there. 3 yield module. That looked like lightning. Oops. Botched that one up. Alright, they're all placed. Now place these ones. Doing some weird pattern, like interconnected, just to mess with anybody with OCD, because I'm a shit like that. But nah, I'll do it all neat. I'll be nice. Okay, now I can dump off all that steel. Add as many of these as I can. Okay, and I'll start with the top, because I can just do this. Now, I know that I have the jetpack and I can just use the jetpack, but don't always have to use the jetpack. Why didn't it let me take them out? Oh, build plan is empty. Oh. Smash through them. Alright, there's a bunch more ready to go. Yep. There's one lot done. Let's get the next lot. Whole bunch. There. Grab more. Grab more. Grab more. Grab more. Grab more. There. Ran out. Whoop. Oh no. That's not brilliant. Build plan is empty, that's why. I haven't run out of stuff. Oh, yeah. Sorry about the dead air, if you're watching. I don't know if anybody is or not. I mean, I've been at this for a long time. It's been a pretty interesting, pretty interesting playthrough, I think. Like, all the different stuff that's happened. I mean, there's obviously a lot of slow bits, stuff like that, but, you know, there's been a lot of interesting things that has taken place, a lot of stupidity on my part, a lot of silly mistakes, incidents. But yeah, like, it's good to have Marty jump on. Oh, don't want heavy armor blocks. No. That'd pain in the ass to weld. Did the wrong thing. This is only a temporary base as well. The reason why I want to put the heavy armor blocks on the top is, I think the reason is because the lightning from Pertum scarred me. Marty said I was saying it wrong, which he could be right, so I will concede, because I don't actually know. I don't really care. I just thought that, because I thought it was Tam initially, and then I read it somewhere else and it was different, and whatever works. Again, I'm indifferent to it, as long as you know what I'm talking about. The desert world. Yeah. No ice world. Ran out of steel plate yet again. Smashing this base out. I've seen a lot of cool builds with people using hinges and stuff to make like connected fences and conveyors and stuff like that for running gun turrets. That'd be an interesting idea to try. I don't know if I'd be able to pull it off because like I botch stuff up like that frequently. So like sort of have a facility where like it's like fenced and secured in that particular manner would be something I would find interesting to a degree. That'd be bloody right, wouldn't it? I'd go and make the ramp to get up there and go and stick the battery in the way. That's using your noodle. Yeah, we got a lot of production facilities there now, so let's move all of our ores across as well. Like a good chunk of them, at least anyway. We haven't got fabrication facilities here yet, so hide the empty stuff so we're not just scrolling through. Go for the empty containers. Yep, there we go. That's in the refinery, so that can stay there. Oh, we've still got... Oh, that's right, we made a whole bunch of components, didn't we? So transfer those across. And these. They can stay there until we are done building all this stuff. Let's transfer the ores out of the ship. That's full. That's full. Oh, no, it's not. It's empty. That's full. That's a component. So we can chuck that in with our other components. Try and keep some sort of order going on. Not likely. Okay, there's another component there. So chuck that up in here. Got a bunch. Oh, that's a container on the base. Chuck that in here. I don't know whether or not I should keep the... I'll keep some of the uranium on the ship. Well, that's in the refinery anyway, so... Just from a security standpoint sort of thing, I have an inkling to keep it there. That can go over, that can go over. Okay, that's right, I was moving ores. And yeah, we have significantly less stuff on the ship, so get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of that. Looking a lot. I like this ship, looks a lot lighter. Now, before I leave here, I am going to set up a shitload of guns around the place, I think. Before we do that, let's have a look at... See, we've got 7,000 of our PCU left. That's... Well, it's a reasonable amount, but I mean, we've got a lot of stuff. Like, and we're going to strip some of this stuff down, up from here, or down off of the ship. Like, we'll leave the jump drives on, but we might take the refineries off. Because we've got all of these ones on the base. We are going to need, if we want to put up a lot of defenses, we're going to need a lot of PCU for that. Like, putting guns around the place. And we're going to have to think this out. Where to put them, where the best places to put them would be. Whether or not to use missile defenses, turrets, artillery, that sort of stuff. That ship there, it's unfortunate. I don't think it's going to work very well. Although I suppose if I want to leave it as an atmospheric ship, just strip all the ion thrusters off of it and just stick a couple of big atmospheric thrusters on there. That will definitely overcome our issues, I think. But yeah, we got a really good refinery set up here now, so I'm happy with that. Might window it up, although yeah, I kind of wanna seal up the bottom as well, so that way I can enclose the whole thing, but at the same time. Okay, and the other thing I was thinking was if we, like, rather than extend way out sideways, if I go out forwards this way, I can put the assembly section along here somewhere. So lift it up, put a pipe and run a catwalk and run a big row of assemblers along there. Or now, do I need a super large amount of them? That's a really tough call. Or maybe just stick them on the front of the cargo containers here. That might be a better place to put them. Maybe just put 2 here, 2 here. Yeah, I think that's the way to go. So that way it's not coming out a kilometer. The base still, like, it's going to be monolithic, but it's not super huge. But yeah, let's see how that looks too. Because yeah, if we want to get up to the control section, we will need a ladder to get up there, and which is fine, but it does make it a little bit more economical with the usage of like all the PCU stuff, although you can't walk underneath. Not that that's going to be a huge problem, because speed modules are going all around these things too, so anyway. Put a bunch of computers on production. Computers. Thousands. Yep. Everything. There we go. Stacks of computers. After this is done, we can transfer the majority of the ingots over as well. Okay, computers need to go over to there. Like, switch that to there, and we search for computers. They're not done yet. Computers. Computers. So we need a bunch for our there we go. Assembler's done. Well, that one's done. What I think I might do is I'll set these 4 up as the slaves. Stick another one there, take out that pipe. Oh no, because then it won't connect. It's too close. Dang it. Or maybe... I don't know. I'll figure it out. So, I'm gonna run some more steel plate or like those things. Might put walkways and stuff around as well.
Energy low.
Yeah, that'd be right. Getting a lot done though, I feel. Refill the tank too. Yeah, 22%. Alright. Oh, I put that one around the wrong way. It's coming down. Dunk. Alright. Hang on. 5, I think it was, yep. 2. Yep. There we go. That looks better. Okay, to be able to walk around this, what are we going to have to do? That one's fine. Going to have to extend that out. That's right, I want steel plate. So, oh, not that. That's not what I was after. What square ones? There we go. So that way we are going to be able to walk around this stuff. Mighty close there, but still workable. The other thing we'll put down here is med bay. We'll put a living quarters sort of thing in here. Like a little donga or something of the sort. Steel plate. I'll chuck our speed modules on. 3. I do want to have one of these set up as a primary, so I mean, I suppose I can do that anyway. I don't have to do any specific one. Oops. Okay, and up top. I mean, well, can't really fit another bunch of 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's all I can do. But that being said, what I could do is move this pipe and chuck another group of these things in. Assemblers and speed modules, so we'd have 6 assemblers over here. It's probably overkill, so you can almost guarantee it's overkill. Especially with all the speed modules and whatnot. I've found that 3 is usually stacks for pumping out builds real quick. Especially if we're not running scripts to auto build stuff, that blueprints and all sorts of other shit like that, like full ship blueprints. Okay, that's chockers. Components put on production. That's only half the way done. There we go. There we go. What am I doing? That. Whoa. Okay, which missed a couple. Yep, naturally. That one's done. That one's not done. Okay, I think they're all done now. But yep, we have got full refining and production facilities now at this location. So what else do I think I'm gonna need? Oh, okay, yep, we're gonna want to put some hydrogen tanks, some what do you call them? O2H2 generators. We're gonna want to put bulk amounts of those down. Because then, yeah, like we've got stacks on the ship at the moment, but we don't necessarily need to have stacks on the ship. So. But yeah, throughout the place, I'm going to stick interior turrets. So that way, yeah, they're going to be... I'll probably stick them up on the walls and stuff like that. So if people come walking through, looking places where they shouldn't be, like, not trying to be aggressive or anything, it's just... give people a challenge if they're going to consider ripping this place off. But yeah, I think we'll stick the hydrogen storage stuff. Where to put that? Whoops. We use the industrial tanks because they look pretty cool. because they're also going to be staying on the ground. So you stick like a bunch of industrial tanks down a little bit, like drop a level down. Bunch of industrial tanks. Don't necessarily have to go flat with them. Can go like put them down and maybe put like 2 layers of them up. I don't know. They take up 3 squares, or they're 3 cubes, or 3 cubic, 3 by 3 by 3. There you go. So yeah, if we drop down from here, like we have, like this is like an upper level walkway where you can go around, go down a bit lower. How many lower can we go before we start hitting voxels? Let's have a look. 1, 2, 3, and how far across can we come? Because I want to make sure that we don't end up hitting voxels. It's close. That's interfering with it. So, but I suppose what I could do is just extend the ground out. I could drill it away, but I don't really want to. I don't want to mess up the voxels because that can be seen for a long way away as well. So if I just extend out like this, put like tanks along here, and I have them all connected with pipes on the top. I think that'll look reasonable. It doesn't have, like, if we do that, then we can extend out a little bit further over here, and we're not interfering with them there. That one might, I think we're in the clear over there, so we can, gonna have to move the ship. Maybe if I do it like this, then come down. So there'll be pipes running along the top there. That'll be sort of like a pit. Bring that across there like that, and take out those ones that are a little further in. So that way it is separate level down there, and we're just going to have the pipes coming out the top. Or maybe even go out a little further. Have the pipe, yeah, extend that ground level out and put our crew quarters up here somewhere or something like that. Don't know. But yeah, I think get rid of these. I'll weld those ones up just in case someone decides they want to go and be smart. And drop the whole base down on itself. Just make it a little less noticeable more than anything else. So anyway, grab more steel plate. How long have I been at this for? Hour and a half, jeez. Got a lot done in an hour and a half, I think. I mean, it's pretty easy when you've got like plenty of resources to work with. So obviously it's not as quick as creative mode, but I find it more enjoyable this way. That's my personal preference. Steel plate. I mean, I've done a lot of jobs doing similar sorts of things where you just sit there and run beads all day or bend metal all day. Make barbecues, I've done that. Jeez. Make solar panels. When I was younger, or working for the government. I didn't mind working like in a lot of the repetitive jobs for a while, but you know, you like to change things up. It does get really, really monotonous. But there are aspects of it I miss, like not having to think about what I'm doing. But that being said, building stuff, that was a whole different kettle of fish. You know, problem solving. Like when I was working in engineering, the thing that I really liked doing, or you know, it was boring when everything just worked. I mean, there's a lot of times where I was running a pedestal drill, working at this particular place. It was like a 3 kilowatt, I think it was 3 kilowatt pedestal drill. Like massive thing. It's bore out holes like 120 millimeters in diameter if you want to. With this thing, it had an incredible amount of torque. And we had, I think the biggest drill bit that we used to run was 64 mil. But yeah, this thing was capable of going huge, like for, you know, industrial and mining applications and stuff like that. And yeah, like you get the drill going and you've got it pushing at an incredibly slow rate, like because it's got an automatic feed based on how many RPMs and feed rate of how many what is it, everything was in inches per minute or some shit like that, because it was all freedom units. It was a pain. RPM and freedom units. It's like measuring everything in thousandths of an inch and stuff like that is, yeah, it's, you know, it's, we still do that in engineering here as well, but you know, we don't, like, what is it, equivalent of 2,000ths of an inch is 0.1 millimeters or some shit like that, or close enough to. Like, that's what the digital calipers will usually say, roughly. And that's close, but you know, if you want to be precise, it's not close enough. It all depends on what tolerances you're working with, I suppose. I mean, the stuff when I was working in engineering, our tolerances were measured in, like, what was it? Under a certain size was 3 millimeters was our tolerance, and over a certain size, up to 5 millimeters was a tolerance. So we were not precise engineering stuff. Whereas, you know, if you were working on like rockets and stuff like that, which, or fine machining and stuff, you know, you're looking at, you know, thousandths of an inch sort of tolerances, or finer wafer, or 1/10,000th of an inch tolerances for really, really like sketchy stuff. I don't think people would be using stuff that fine very often, because it was, although it's a lot easier to get, like with even cheap machining tools, you can get really, really flat surfaces now. Like the cheap tools these days, I suppose it all depends on the operator, I guess, or machinist. Everybody has a different definition of what's good enough, it seems. Like, my definition of is it good enough is, does it work? Does it do the job? Does it do the job reliably and repeatedly without wearing out and breaking and throwing bits everywhere or galling up and causing all kinds of grief? Like, I miss my engineering tools, like lathe and all that sort of stuff. Wish I still had them. Tragedies. Like, my ex-wife, she hated my tools. Like, I had stacks of tools before I met her, and she got rid of all my tools. And then she still went through and got rid of all my tools again after she left. It's like, what a vindictive person. I hope one day, like, and that's not the worst thing that she's done. I hope one day she ends up going through all the same things that she's put me through. That's all I really want. All the abuse, I hope she cops the same abuse that she gave to me from somebody else. The only thing that I don't want to happen is for someone to abuse her kids the way my kids were abused by her. That's the only thing I could really hope for, and I hope she gets it. Everything but that. Just the same. Equal amounts of the same crap that she gave me. So I didn't abuse her. Didn't criticize her negatively or anything. I gave my honest opinion about stuff, but you're still working in engineering. Hey, how you going? I'm having a bit of a rant. I love working with engineering. Ah, wicked. What do you do? I'm on a server, actually, to answer your question, B-Dub. I'm playing on one of Keen's open vanilla servers, so thought I'd make it a challenge. Had MadMarty on earlier on. Yeah, I really miss... Like, I haven't worked in engineering for a very long time, but yeah, I do miss making stuff with my hands. Like, I used to do a lot of it just as a hobby, so... Like, yeah, my last job like kind of crippled me a bit, so can't go and lift heavy things anymore, and that kind of sucks too. But game's a little bit of a release for me. Go and make cool stuff that works. How's the base look? Like, is it looking like something half reasonable? Like, the idea here is setting up the infrastructure for Marty to go and build a mad Dr. Evil's lair type thing sticking out of the mountain over there. Yeah, well, going back, reading through the messages, yeah, the base is starting to come together because I've already had everything on the ship. Like, the ship was a mobile base, trying to lighten it up, so I've just moved everything over to that. And yeah, just make it so that I can pump out parts real quick. Down here, oh, you senior designer draftsman. Oh yeah, concrete batch plans. Ah, excellent. So how do you find your work? Like I did a lot of drafting and stuff like that. With, like, in school, studied it, TAFE and stuff like that. Did a bit of CAD, and all I really used it for was reading drawings and making pipe clamps, stuff like that, in an engineering place. Oh yeah. Like, I totally agree. Making the stuff looking cool is a skill. Like, a lot of the stuff here, like, it's costly with the PCU, but running the pipes with the heavy industry mod, like, you can get a lot of cool looking pipes. And you can also, one of the other things I've seen people do, and I've done a little bit of it myself on a private server, is organizing all the stuff to go to particular containers. So I could run, using the conveyor sorter, I could run all of my ingots to go into these containers here. If I had another group of containers where I've got raw materials, I could, or actually what I would do is have the ores go to this one over here, Yeah, I used to love it. I haven't used AutoCAD properly since AutoCAD 13. That was a long time ago. That was before SolidWorks and 3D Studio and stuff. That was, I think, the last time I really picked up AutoCAD was in '99. Um, Personally, if I want to draft up a plan or something like that, if I'm trying to make something, I'll use a pen and paper, and because yeah, the first set of technical drafting type skills I got was actually with pen and paper or pencil and paper. Um, and doing the maths with we had calculators and stuff like that. We didn't have slide rules. I'm not that old. Like, I didn't actually learn to use a slide rule until recently, but it was nice when I was into AutoCAD, and it's the same with Photoshop and like Premiere and all sorts of other things. Getting your UI set up, I think, is the big thing. Once you've got your workstation set up and everything's in the right spot, all your buttons, shortcut keys, and all that sort of stuff, I think that's the big thing for it. What do you think? Yeah, yeah, right. Yeah, well, I think that there's a lot to be said for using a pen and paper, pencil and paper to do drafting. There's a lot of people that a lot of engineers I've worked with, a lot of at the engineering company. Ah, yeah, yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, there's so many guys I've worked with, like at the engineering company, that they rely on the computer to do the calculations for them, and it's insane. They can't process the maths and all that sort of stuff without the aid of the computer. So having the actual skills and ability to be able to work all that stuff out, as well as the other thing as well, is we would get given drawings like from some of the engineering guys that say, well, it works in the computer. The computer says you should be able to make that according to whatever physics model they're running off. And I say, yeah, but we haven't got the tooling for it. Yeah, well, that's right. Yeah. I think that's a big thing. If you do want to get into drafting and stuff with AutoCAD or SolidWorks or any of those other things, once you've got your UI set up, it drastically improves your workflow. Like Photoshop, I used to do wedding photos as well, and video editing and all sorts of other things. And yeah, going from CS5 to CS6 was a bit of a nightmare, like Creative Suite 5 to 6 with Photoshop, because the UI was hugely different and it took me ages to get it set up right. And I imagine that you're probably using an older version or the most comfortable version of AutoCAD. I'm making an assumption here. There's not always what a lot of times I've found is someone will find something that works and fuck the updates. You don't really want to mess with something where it's just working, if you know what I mean. I don't know if that's the same for you. Maybe you're more adaptive with that. I like my tools where my tools are supposed to go. But yeah, anyway, yeah, just thinking out loud with the base. I'm thinking about putting a bunch of hydrogen tanks down here and running a bunch of O2H2 generators, because I want to try and get all the stuff off the ship and just use this for mining and cargo running. Or take this up to space, mine stuff, bring it back down. Yeah, it's good to see that there's still people out there in the industry like that. I mean, I've had so many people say to me, oh, what would you know? You just, I was a supervisor of a particular section at the engineering company when I was there. ACAD 2020. Oh, yeah, cool. Oh, yeah, so, but obviously you'd be able to set it up so it's comfortable. Just reading what you've written down here. Yeah, and the other thing as well I've found is with a lot of the engineers, if they haven't actually worked out on the floor of a factory, just being a shit kicker or a grinder monkey or something like that, seeing the shit that we got to go through to actually get the parts made, if they've got no experience on the floor of the factory where they're sending all their paperwork out to, a lot of times, they come out, they spend a day out there following one of, like, you know, the shit kickers or labourers or even one of the tradesmen around, even the welders, and think, yeah, I can't get the MIG torch in there or things like that. You know, there's no, well, limited thought to the ergonomics of how you're actually going to put it together. And it's like, there's no way I'm going to be able to get the TIG in there. And it's like, oh, just use the stick. And it's like, have you tried to use a stick? You know, I know that you may have seen it on TV or a video or training or some stuff, but, you know, sometimes, you know, I prefer stick welding for a lot of things. It's cheaper and it's easier for personal stuff. But at work, I love zipping shit up with the MIG, because once you've got your settings all dialed in, it's like, zip, away you go. Yeah, I found that even with Windows, geez. Yeah, also sound engineering tools were a lot like that as well. Like, I used to use Cubase a lot when I was working, like playing music professionally and stuff. Like, I'd done a lot of stuff. Like, never used to sleep back when I was younger. And yeah, a lot of stuff was easy to, like, it was a pain in the ass to set it up, but once you got it the way you wanted it, you didn't want anybody else touching your system. Like, it used to drive me nuts. Like, I had an ex-girlfriend that got on the computer and decided she was going to install Flash, which went and virused the whole damn thing. And yeah, like, that was just like ruined all of my Cubase setup, and it took me about 6 months of losing my mind trying to get that thing to work properly again. But yeah. Well, that's a brilliant thing, you know, to actually go out in the shop and actually see what you're putting to drawings and stuff like that. And yeah, it's like, you're a rare breed, I've found. Like, when I was working in engineering, at least anyway, it's like the unrealistic expectations. Like, the answer we'd always get was, well, it works in the computer. And it's like, we'll get the computer to build it. And it's like, well, we can't do that. And it's like, this was prior to, you know, all the automation. Like, the most advanced thing that we had was, we had a CNC profile cutter with it was an Oxy LPG cutter. And yeah, that thing was, we were running an ancient, like, I think we were running a 486 to actually run the profile cutter, because that was the only thing that they could get to talk to it at the time. Like, it was like a hell backwards sketchy setup. And then, yeah, you had to take the DXF, run it through this other program, which converted it to this older version. So that way, like, basically to spit out the G code for the the profile cutter, which these days, like, you know, I've built 3D printers from scratch, you know, and, you know, it's a lot easier with the stuff that's available now. But, you know, 20 years difference. Oh, that's good. Yeah. Well, you'd be getting to sit there in the in the air conditioning, but yeah, get to see what's going on downstairs and all the rest of that sort of stuff. But I think it's good to have a dialogue with the people that are actually putting all the stuff together. You know, like, something else that I found is, like, being in charge of a lot of people in the past, or even having to give directions to people, is to actually understand that they're still just a person, the same as me, same as, like, my production supervisor, or even the guy that owned the company. I'd talk to him as if I was talking to anybody else. Like, I'd talk to the Prime Minister as if he was Bob next door or some shit like that. I don't care, because ultimately everyone's a person. And by treating people that way, they respect you a lot more, because, you know, I'm not... the other thing is, I'd never ask anybody to do anything that I was either not capable of doing myself or not willing to do myself. You know, I'd never tell someone, oh yeah, go and do that, because it's a shit job and I don't want to do it. It's like, look, it needs to be done, you go and do it. I'm here to delegate out tasks. If I could do it or help you with it, and I wasn't busy, making sure that you know, some other guy wasn't going and squashing himself with a 5-ton piece of plate. It's alright. I don't care. Like, I'm just like, yeah, happy to have a chat with people and stuff like that. You know, if you ever are on Space Engineers, like, if you're in Australia and you jump on the Keen servers and stuff like that, come and check it out. Like, you know, we're always happy to have people join up in the faction and stuff. Actually, I think I've got another signal over here. I don't care. Like, love having a chat with people, telling stories, shooting the breeze. No, there's nothing out of the ordinary over there. It's all good. I mean, I am looking at editing down all of this stuff anyway. Like later on, I've done a lot of videos over the last week because when I started it, I thought, yeah, I'm just gonna smash them out, go through the builds, and then I had Marty join in today. And yeah, he saw this spot here, like the spot in the mountain up there, and he thought, oh, that'd make a wicked spot. Could do some crazy stuff there. So yeah, I figured I'll get all this stuff set up down here, take it off the ship, so that way I can go and mine with this thing. But yeah, interacting with people, like, it's kind of part of the fun of it, you know? Like, we had a lot of fun on the other server as well, like on Keen's like AU1. Yeah, accidentally started up a huge. You just started a modded server. Keen AU1. Hang on a sec. See if I can bring it up. There it is at the top of the screen. There. Keen AU1. Oh, sorry, AU number 2. So yeah, it's all vanilla. The main thing that, yeah, I was looking for when I started doing this series was to help out people that only just picked up the game. Like, on AU1, I started playing on that just to try it out, and I found that there was a lot of people that were struggling with just getting a basic starter base up. And this ship here, I started this ship on Pertam. And I've still got the basic starter blocks, like that refinery. Behind it's a cargo container, and just in front of it is a basic assembler. And that's what I started the base with. Turned it into a rover, drove it off, and I'm trying to show people how to do it. So you stream on YouTube as well. Really enjoy chatting. Yeah, well, why not, you know? Like, what's your YouTube channel? It's like, I'll make a note of it. I'll check it out. And maybe even do a collaboration. Like, we use the open chat, like, a lot. I have a little bit of trouble trying to get Discord to cooperate with all the other crap that's going on my computer. I have been trying to get it to work, because my son gets really cranky with me if I don't use the things that he likes to use. I tried it, and yeah, it caused me a few issues. So if anybody out there in the universe knows anything about how to make those problems go away, or if it's just something like, I'm not running a PC, I'm running like an ancient server from 2008. But yeah, like, the whole point of this stream was to show that you can just start out with next to nothing and actually build something. I've seen so many people struggle on the Keen server, so beat up. Alright, I'm gonna flick over to that and I'll have a quick look, see if I can find it. I'll sub ya. Hey, I think I found it. Yeah, played Euro Truck Simulator. Is that's your videos? There's another guy. So I take it's like B double. Yeah, yeah. Just be careful because I'm gonna set up some turrets and stuff like that. Like I'm on a lot, so like yeah, crippled now. So I'm just going hard at making the videos. So yeah, if you do jump on the server, like what is it? I'm postal spelt like that. Yeah, you'll be able to, like, yeah, just message me or send me a private message. I'll send you a GPS link, and also peace treaty or whatnot, so that way you don't get shot by anything on your way over. Yeah, yeah, like what? Like was playing Euro Truck Simulator for a while. Like I didn't mind it. Like I don't know. I drove trucks a lot. Like I used to do deliveries for a major soft drink company, like over here, as well as I used to work logistics for the government as well. Don't really want to go into that because talking about it can get into trouble. Like, because they get cranky if you start saying how stuff works. Bit security issues. Look, you know, I don't have to worry about the kids anymore, and like I wouldn't mind like building this up and providing, like, you know, I want to edit these videos down into something a bit more reasonable, like mainly similar to what Splitsy's done as well, but like, but also provide a story with the stuff and hopefully get a bit of a following. Try to make something out of it. Let's just see what happens. You know, the more stuff I dump out, the better, more likely it's going to pop up on the algorithm and all the rest of that sort of business. But I mean, there is so much to this game, even in vanilla. Like, I think it's pretty epic. So, my Steam name, same name, Postal. Yeah, it's P057A1. Like, if you, yeah, send me a message on there. Like, yeah, feel free to stop by the base. Like, just be aware that, yeah, unless you've, yeah, aligned with the faction or something like that, you might get shot. Because, yeah, on the AU1 server, we were having a lot of problems with raiders coming along and ganking starter bases and stuff like that. For some reason, I think I might turn off the grav generator because I think that might be throwing me out. I don't know. Feels like I'm standing on a lean. But yeah, no, like if you want to join in or build a bit or whatever, it's all good. The other thing that's a big limitation on this server is there is a 20,000 PCU limit. So if we have a look here, been over this a bunch of times, that's how much I got left. 7,300 out of 20,000 PCU. That's from that ship, this, and there's that ship up there. Like, I've built the majority of the stuff on this, so... no worries. Well, you know, like, yeah, just organize it with the peace treaty thing for the with the faction. That way, or even if you want to join the faction and come along for the ride and like come and go as you feel like, have some fun. It's always fun to have people contribute, add their design inputs and stuff like that. Because there's so much stuff I don't know about this game. Like, Marty's pretty good at scripting. Like, he set the rules up, so like he's got all these fancy buttons and all this business going on with it. I mean, I could, but the ADHD kind of kicks in and I start to go, nah, bugger it. And I just want to pick the damn things up and throw them when they start driving me around the bend. It's like, when I was a teenager, a lot of my tools ended up in my neighbour's lawn across the road when I was fixing my car after I lost skin off the knuckles. So, and yeah, if you could virtually throw stuff in this game, I probably would have a few times, like those drills especially, when I kept knocking them off the front of the damn ship. But yeah. So, I mean, the base is not going to be anything super fancy or anything or whatever. It's mainly just, this is going to be the starter set for storing things. Probably going to put in a heap more cargo space. But yeah, the point is to set everything up so that way Marty can go and do his thing up there. So yeah, I think it is. Like, we had a really big base set up, like, because there was a lot of us ended up like contributing to this base. Like, one of the guys there, Jazza, he made this 100-meter diameter ring for the station, which he only half finished before he stopped adding to it. I made this other part to it because I wanted functional parts that were all piped up and running. Looked sort of like the ISS, had docking ports all over it. There's another guy called Zarozak. He's been around for a long time on Space Engineers, ran a server as well. He turned up in this 20,000 PCU mining ship. That was just an enormous thing. And then, yeah, went and made a 10 megaton Earth battleship because, yeah, after all the raiders started, he's like, I want to get in on this, and built this enormous thing that lagged the entire freaking server. It was entertaining though. It's thoroughly entertaining. He put that many railguns on it. If you were standing in front of it and he didn't want you to be there, you were not going to be there anymore. And I think he got that built in something like just under 10,000 PCU, and this thing was freaking huge. So yeah, 20,000 you can do a lot with, but when you start bouncing off the limit, it starts to get a bit frustrating, especially when you don't know where they've all gone. So that's my opinion of it. I mean, there's a lot of people that will curse me out for saying something like that, but at the same time, you know, you can only piss with the cock you got. So, and also, I chose to play on this server for that and many other reasons. The challenge of trying to be economical with that stuff, as well as playing with vanilla rules. Like, it's like, yeah, you can go play on a modded server. Like, I've played with a lot of mods before. Yeah, I thought about it. I don't have like good enough internet to really do that. Like, I've got the hardware to do it. Like, even though like I've got 3 old servers here, they are old, but they're easily got enough power to run it. Like, the server that I'm playing the game on now, like, it's been a little bit modified with an angle grinder so I can fit the video card in, and also had to solder up some power rails and stuff like that to get 5 volts from the front to the back and all this other fiddly stuff. But yeah, it's an old IBM 3650 X3650 what do you call it, 2U rack server, and it cost me $100. Got 60 gigs of RAM. I think I've got an SSD running some of the stuff, like the operating system and stuff, but mostly spinning Rust for bulk storage. But yeah, the 60 gigs of RAM, as well as I've got 2 quad-core Xeon processors in there, all running PCI. It's only PCI 3. One of the bigger bottlenecks, though, is I had to hacksaw out one of it's got 8-lane PCI Express slots. Because it's, yeah, normally people just chuck network cards in there. I want to chuck a video card in there. So I'm only running 8 lanes of PCI E3 for my video card. So that's a bit of a significant bottleneck as well. One of the other servers might do it a bit better, but the RAM won't seem to work in those. So, and I like having 60 gigs of RAM. Like, it just makes things work a little bit better. But, you know, cost me $100. Like, oh, and plus I spent like I think $150 on the video card, and that was the cheapest one I could find at the time. That was a second-hand video card that had the minimum required specs for running the latest flight sim. That's because I think all the ones previous to that one was not DirectX compliant. So everything that I had here was just one version too old. So because money's tight and blah blah blah. Oh yeah, well I've heard a lot of good things about it. Like, I don't know how high the satellites are up, so I wonder how the lag is with that. Because I know the older satellite stuff, like looking at the latency specs for it, like typically you wouldn't have a good uplink rate or a good ping rate. You'd always end up with. But that being said, those satellites were a lot further away. Starlink, I think, are in a pretty low orbit. Like, a lot of the stuff like I learned about when I was at TAFE and stuff, when I was doing IT and communications and network infrastructure and all that shit, that was like 80s and 90s tech, so satellites were way out there. I remember the first time I made a sat phone call was I think 94, and yeah, it was trippy hearing the 2-second delay. It was just like being on telly, like when you see people talking from one side of the world to the other. But yeah, it's amazing how fast things have gotten. Like, I mean, first time I used the internet, I used it with a 14.4 modem, and that was fast compared to the one that my dad had when I was a little kid. We had a 9600 modem, and that was like fax speed. You say fax now, and people will look at you strange, as like, what the hell is a fax? I know it says something like that in my printer, but it's like, how old are you? Okay, boomer. I'm not that old. I just remember everything. Anyway, I'll try to put some stuff back together. It's just been me yapping standing here so far, so I think I'll stick hydro tanks in. At least try to lay them out. Well, yeah, I mean, there's a difference between bandwidth, like being able to transmit speed or like volumes of data, and there's also the ping return speed as well. But that being said, like the satellites that was probably making those phone calls through, they were probably a lot higher up. Like, I suspect they were at least a light second away. Like, because there was almost a 2-second delay at some points with one of the satellites I was talking on, which actually probably wouldn't have been that far, because that's like a light second's 300,000 kilometers. I don't think they were anywhere near that high up. So that's the moon distance. But I suppose after going like all up, there's about a 2-second delay after it's gone through all the exchange repeaters and all that other crap that causes delays as well. But the other satellite, there's so much newer technology in it, so the repeaters are going to be faster, as well as you've got parallel information transfer through Ethernet, stuff like that, and they'd also be broadcasting over Ethernet, not through the trunk system and all that other crap that they used to use. Not that it was crap, it was good for its day. You know, it was the best we had. But I mean, I couldn't imagine Elon Musk like wanting to have anything that was a little bit laggy. Like, he does strike me as probably a little bit of a gamer, and yeah, I reckon if he had to suffer lag, he would be like, "No, we need to do something about this," because that's just horrifying. I think I'm gonna have to move the ship, expanding out quite wide. Yeah, see, like, I'm getting about, like, I think with the game, I'm getting between 50 and 100 as a ping rate, like, on this particular server. I have no idea where the server is. Like, it could be over east or something like that. Got no clue. probably is. Like, I'm in WA. But yeah, like, if I was to play on a server in Perth, I'd probably get a ping of maybe around 40 or 50, and even that, some people reckon is slow. So, but 100 millisecond ping is not bad at all, I don't think, especially considering, like, if you're in Australia, geez, or actually you're saying that you're all over the world with that, and if you are all over the world with that, and you get consistently the same, geez, I wouldn't complain. Like, I reckon that's pretty cool. So yeah, like if I had money to be able to afford better internet, I'd consider it. How do you go with the weather though? Like when it's pissing down with rain, because like what do they use? A phased array antenna, and it's still running a pretty high frequency as well. So they'd be very susceptible to rain. Like I'm talking about like over like in the gigahertz range sort of thing. You don't have very good signal propagation over distance with that. But using the phased array, I suppose you can kind of collimate it a bit better. But I don't know. What is your experience with the rain been like? I know that Foxtel and stuff, that was horrible. Like, it'd be pissing down with rain, TV goes out, and then the kids start crying, then I got to deal with that shit. So I can't watch Blue's Clues. That's not bad, I suppose. Like, I don't know what the internet's costing here. I don't pay for it at the moment. I know that I used to pay somewhere around that for a what was it? A 13 megasecond DSL link. So that started off at 24 until they decided to ruin it with false promises that the NBN's supposed to be coming through, but yeah, right. I wouldn't want to stand in front of the dish then. End up sterilizing you. Yeah, like my dad used to work in radio broadcasting with satellite and microwave and all that sort of stuff. Like, he taught me a lot about it as I was growing up, and also subsequently in later years as well when I started playing around with Wi-Fi repeaters and all sorts of stuff like that. So all the stuff, it's all interchangeable knowledge sort of thing. Nothing's really changed. Like, you look at broadcast patterns and azimuth data and all that other crap. But yeah, like what they used to do was like to maintain the TV signals and stuff. Like, he worked for the TV, mainly the TV broadcasting stations, maintaining those things like back when they were state owned. To maintain the uplink signal with the satellite, they'd have to be sitting there very carefully tweaking it up and... Sorry, just reading what you're saying. Yeah, well, the other thing as well is you've got to be careful, like, sending too hot a signal up to the satellite, because you can burn out the receiver. Like, that's what I was getting at. What my dad was saying, there was a limit to how hot they could broadcast with even those big dishes that were pointed right at the satellites. When, because I think they were running at somewhere between 1.8 and 2.4 gigahertz to broadcast up to the satellites to transmit and receive TV signals like across the country and world for that matter. And when the weather was shitty, they would boost the signal up, but they'd have to be very careful that they didn't end up sending a power spike and blowing the transmitter. So, like, yeah, that's why I asked the question. But that being said, like, I'm sure the newer technology is probably a lot more robust with higher tolerances and stuff like that, or higher headrooms and whatnot. Yeah, and yeah, more also because you'd be able to connect being a phased array, you'd be able to connect to multiple satellites at once. So if you can't get a good line of sight with one, or there's a cloud in the way, then there's going to be another one nearby. And also, yeah, that would greatly improve the speed too. If you can connect to multiple satellites at the same time, you can send parallel packets at the same time. You could end up with a packet that you sent later end up arriving earlier and stuff like that. It was pretty cool the first time I saw that happen with Ethernet when I was doing the infotech stuff at TAFE back in the day. And that was like, again, late 90s when I was doing IT stuff at TAFE. Like all the same stuff, same infrastructure is still there. Like Cat5e was new back then. And yeah, like it's crazy. Like the world. I mean, my grandfather, he was born in 1912. And died in 94. He saw the entire of the 20th century, and it would have been an amazing century to see the change in progress in technology and all the rest of that shit. And like he was a mechanic, and also boilermaker, fitter, welder, bit of everything sort of guy. But yeah, used to fix tanks during the Second World War and stuff like that at one of the workshops here in Western Australia. Like a lot of my family from who were around at that time did. And seeing the evolution in technology from when I was like a teenager to now, like, you know, the internet is like the craziest one. Trying to explain to my kids, yeah, the internet wasn't always a popular thing. Like, yeah, I had it when I was a teenager, but I was the only one of my friends that did. And like, you know, I'm from the 90s. Like, I was a teenager in the 90s. And like, yeah, I just walk around, I see 10-year-olds with their heads glued to phones and stuff. And it's like I didn't let my kids have phones until, like, they used to whinge about being considered Amish. It was like, yeah, didn't let them have a phone until they were, like, you know, in their teens. More to the point, like, I'd take their phones off them if I thought they were spending too much time on it. I actually had one of their teachers say that's abuse. It was like, yeah, righto. It's like, oh, the kids need to be connected. And it's like, my daughter was getting bullied online by someone. Like, it was like, how? You don't go on the internet? Oh, well, they're saying stuff about me behind my back. And it's like, what people say behind your back's none of your business. They're not talking to you. Who freaking cares? It's a girl thing, though, it turns out. Not to be sexist, but yeah, girls handle shit differently than guys. Like, I raised my two kids mostly by myself, because unfortunately their mum died. So yeah, like, kind of had to figure all that shit out the hard way. But yeah, kind of a tangent thing. But yeah, the kids still can't appreciate what it was like to live in the dark ages of just having to, you know, wait. All this instant gratification has ruined a lot of kids, I think. But, you know, maybe I am old. There's a lot of things I wish I would have done differently, like a lot of jokes could be said, but yeah, probably not appropriate for anybody. Meh. Too many people without senses of humours. It's an unfortunate world in which we live. I think I'm being a bit optimistic with the hydrogen tanks at the moment. That ship's going to have to move, so... Oh yeah, well, that was when music was brilliant. Like, I mean, there was a lot of shitty music in the 90s as well, but, I mean, we had Nirvana for hell's sake, you know, it's like... AC/DC Like, that was before, what's his name? Brian Johnson broke... Oh, no, before Ozzy Osbourne broke his hip and Brian Johnson lost his voice. Yeah, I did try, but, like, I didn't buy my kids the phones they ended up with. Like, my son smashed a couple of phones I gave him so he could actually get to high school. Like, he didn't do it on intentionally, he was just a bit careless with it. Like, I had the Galaxy S3, I had it for like 3 or 4 years because I don't replace stuff because it's fashionable. I replace stuff because it's not doing what I want it to do anymore. Like, I was doing a psychology degree a few years ago. Got about halfway through it, but I was doing a lot of my stuff, like on my lunch break at work, I'd write up stuff. And yeah, going from an S5 to an S8 made a huge difference. So I didn't find it that hard. Like, some of the thing that I found hardest about it was because, like, after, yeah, there was an accident. 2009 was when my older kids' mums died. Mum died, and yeah, raising I had a son and a daughter, and they were 4 and 5 when the accident happened, and I had a pretty easy time. The hardest thing that I had to deal with was everybody telling me that I was doing it wrong, or I couldn't do it because I was a bloke. But raising a daughter, like, yeah, I mean, you know, I had a lot of family help me out with some of the stuff, but most of the stuff, like, I grew up with brothers and sisters and all that sort of stuff. I was the oldest of 4. Not that that's a huge amount compared to the amount of kids I've actually raised, like step kids. But yeah, I never really had too much of a trouble with it. Like, also, I had a really good relationship with their mum. So, as well as looking at things from the psychology point of view, like, if I got a problem, I will look it up or I'll read about it and I'll learn about myself. The reason why I got started in psychology back when I was interested in doing it was because I was trying to figure out what I was doing wrong in the situations. And so I'd read psychology books, the the MDS5 or whatever the hell it was. I read that. The DSM-5, which is irrelevant now because of, like, craziness these days. Yeah, like, that's a tragic thing too. Like, Australia used to be the country of taking the piss out of itself as well as everything else, you know. Like, me and Marty were talking about this a while ago. Because we use the open chat in the game quite a bit, and we were just chatting to whoever was listening, like whoever was in radio shot of, like, the in-game radio. Yeah, like, there's a Kiwi bloke that we were chatting to, and like, he goes, "Geez, you guys hang a lot of shit on each other." And it's like, no, like, we're mates. Like, you know, we don't know each other personally. We live on opposite sides of the country, never met each other, but we found a good relation. Like we can relate to each other quite well in the game, sort of thing. And also, we're of similar backgrounds, similar ages, and all that sort of stuff, and we can relate well. And it's like, well, my generation, like, if you're mates with someone, you hang shit on them. Like, the more you get along, and it's sort of like an irony thing. People don't understand the true meaning of irony is both of you understand the absurdity of the statement that you've made. That's what makes irony, and even sarcasm to a degree, like, oh geez, great weather we're having, sarcastically. Like, when you both know it's shit, and because you both know it's shit, and you're being ironic in the statement, that's what creates the social bond there. But I think texting is one of the things that's lost it, or caused modern society to lose it. Now, the thing that you lose with only text is you lose the context, intonation, and all sorts of other verbal cues in the speech that's actually being said. There has been so many things I've said in my life. If you were to write them down and read them, you could interpret it in a million different ways. I mean, Bill Burr does a great bit on it. She said, "No, stop it." Oh, like, she didn't say it like that. And I mean, Bill Burr, I'm surprised he's still allowed to talk in public. You know, some of the stuff he said, very true, but also can be misinterpreted. Like, if it was read by somebody else, it's not going to come out the same way. Like, I wouldn't want to tell these jokes because I'd mess them up. And there's no way I could do it justice. But you kind of get the idea of where I'm going with that. It's not that people don't have a sense of humour. It's just that they have no way of understanding that they could be contextually wrong. And there's an epidemic of narcissism that's created by this false imagery that people have of themselves, presenting them on Facebook because they need to keep up with the false image of somebody else and all this other craziness. Like, something like studying psychology, you study a lot of philosophy as well. Nietzsche came up with, I came across a very interesting statement from Nietzsche, which is about getting the most out of your life or valuing your life. It's like the only true way to really value something is to be authentic. Like, if you are an authentic person, then you know that everything you've done in your life is true to who you are. You haven't pretended to be anything you're not. Like, I might tell stories or jokes or anecdotes, I'll always represent them that way, or at least at the end you'll know there's a punchline. But any stories that I tell you, if anything, they're going to be watered down from the truth, because some of the tragedies I've been through, it's just ruined people's day. Not everybody needs that shit. So I know it's kind of deep for just a YouTube chat on a gaming channel, but at the same time, you know, you bring up the point, and I think it's a fair point. Like, it's not that people haven't lost a sense of humour, it's people don't even know that they've lost their sense of humour anymore because they're too busy texting and not learning the context of having a conversation. Yeah, or the more you respected them. Exactly. Yeah, the respected part I hadn't read when I said that. And, I mean, it's the concept of the phrase, well, that's wicked. You know, you have a look at that literally, it means evil. But, no. I mean, even then, it's like, oh, you know, that's fully sick. It's like, yet another thing. Raz is not rad. I don't know that. I've never heard that phrase before. Is that an Eastern States thing? Oh, hang on a minute. Yeah. Or even, like, hazing was a, what do you call it? That used to happen a lot. Like, when, they were trying to phase it out. Like, just going on another tangent. That was an essential part of training an apprentice. Like, you know, yeah, go over to the storeroom, ask him for some striped safety paint, some left-handed MIG wire, and a left-handed screwdriver. Why do you need those? Because I'm left-handed and we need to redo the safety paint on the floor. Make sure you get the striped paint. So he goes over there and he goes, no, we don't have any. He comes back and he'll say, oh yeah, I need a long wait too. And he goes, what's a long wait? And it's like, go and ask Graham for a long wait. And he's like, oh, fine. So he goes over there and Graham goes, Steve, stop sending people over here. I'm like, why? And he goes, don't have any long waits. And it's like, well, what have you got? And he goes, I've got 2 short ones. And then the grinder monkey looks at me and goes, what do I do? And it's like, oh, well, like, I need a long wait, not 2 short waits. And he goes, well, what do I do? And I goes, I guess you just have to wait. I'm not the first person to actually do that to anybody either. My uncle gave me that one when he was doing radiators and stuff like that. And they work so many times. It is the funniest shit. The striped paint, that was a brilliant one. The left-handed big wire, so many people bought that. Box of grinding sparks. I was like, my grinder stopped working. Can you go get me a box of grinding sparks? Oh, do we have those? Yeah, go ask Graham. Here's our storeman over at the engineering place. He got a little bit shirty with me because I kept sending people over, ring the bell, and having dumb requests for him. And the best thing was I was a supervisor and was still doing dumb shit like that, just because it was fun. Like, you know, it made the day go by quicker. It didn't pick on anybody specifically. We all had a good laugh about it, and it was a bonding experience. Because I knew how shit their job was. I started out doing their job. And it made the day go by quicker if you could all have a little bit of a laugh about the common pain that you were all suffering through together. It's like, yeah, we're all cut and scratched up from working with steel and all the rest of this crap. But at the same time, we're here because we need money. We're all slaves, ultimately. Believe it or not. Like, whoever said time was money is the bane of the modern day. Bane of existence. Because it shouldn't be time as money. It should be, in my opinion, you get paid to do your job. How many people would lose their shit if they got paid on their productivity? If we had a true meritocratic society. Oh, I long for that. Like, where you actually produce things and then you get paid for the things you produce, not how long it freaking takes you to do it. Because I don't know how many people have got paid a shitload more than me for doing a tenth of the work. The society rewards the incompetent, the lazy, the sociopathic. It's absurd. And yet I'm sitting here now, crippled, playing a video game. Well, talking, not playing a video game, just staring at a wall. But, you know, I'm still going to try and make something of whatever I'm doing. Done it before with a lot of other things that were absurd ideas. Like, I mean, the amount of crazy things I've done in my life. Like, I got to be a rock star. Nobody who looks like me should ever end up on the telly. And yet, I did. I had a great time doing that stuff. Yeah, I was not talented. I was not born musical. Like, I learned to play because, Benjamin Franklin said that he learned to play violin in his spare time. It took him 12 years. Managed to do it. I can learn stuff. I can remember nearly everything I read. So I suppose that's my only talent. Except for people's names. I struggle with that. That's why, your name here. I'd go and check it out now and subscribe to it because I know I'll forget. Because I'm shocking. Unless I really put effort into it. And that's probably because, I've worked with so many labourers over the years and had so many people come and go out of various different places I worked when I was a lot younger and just got out of the habit of remembering people's names. Everybody became, hey man, how's it going? Until, they'd worked there for about 3 or 4 months. But I don't know if you have the same sort of thing. Hey, added me to the friends list. Cool. Yeah. How you liking the channel? I found out what was going on with the the echo that you were talking about before as well. Probably should have a look and see what the timer's doing. Totally gotten sidetracked. Yeah, just been shooting the breeze for the last hour or so. That's been crazy. I don't mind talking. I can talk until the end of time. I think that was having to raise a couple of kids and taking on the female role. But also working in entertainment and stuff like that, you just learn to try to fill the dead air with just random stuff. As long as you keep something out there and you try to make it entertaining or engaging or something like that, or relatable in some sort of way. Because, no one likes to hear dead air. Yeah. Even if I could ask them and they could tell me. One of the things that, because I looked it up, because that's what I do. Different ways of trying to remember people's names, and it's you have to have the burning question in your mind. I've got ADHD as well, in case it wasn't blatantly obvious. You got to sit there with an internal monologue. Well, you have to be chatty. It's And yeah, being Mr. Mum, like, yeah, well, I mean, Alan Pease is like, he wrote a lot of brilliant things about relationships between men and women, as well as the differences between the two, evolutionarily, biologically, mentally, and trying to get people to get along better. And I found it brilliant, like getting along with my first wife. Like, you know, we took that a lot of that stuff to heart, and it made quite effective for, you know, every relationship. You're going to have to do the conflict resolution bit. I don't know. Oh, I know where I went wrong later on. Like, yeah. Like, because I could accept that I could be wrong, other people would take advantage of that. So, yeah, like I could have made a mistake. So perhaps I need to reanalyze this. And it's like, yeah, see, you think you're always right or you know everything and all the rest of this. It's like, I don't think I know everything. In fact, I know that I don't know everything. And the other thing that you learn, especially as you get older, but the more you read, the more you learn, the more you study and all the rest of that sort of stuff, is the more you end up knowing, the more you realize you don't know much about anything. I try to explain this to my know-it-all smart-ass son, like, you know, and like, I love him to death, but he goes through his moments of, oh, you think you know everything, Dad? It's like, no, I know I don't know fuck all of anything. But that's because I have read a lot. A lot of people just don't appreciate that as a concept, which is, you know, no matter how much you know, or one of my other favorite phrases, like, is no matter how good you are at something, there's always some kid in Asia that's going to shit all over you. Like in Korea or something like that, like gaming especially. Like, I don't know how many times I've had my ass handed to me by a 10-year-old Asian kid. Like, same with guitar. It's like, you know I'm not great at guitar. Like, I couldn't play for shit now. I broke my fingers too many times. But back when I was playing professionally, like, bass is predominantly what I play, but guitar as well. Like, I started out playing guitar in punk bands and stuff. It was a hell of a lot of fun because you didn't have to play great. You just had to play fast and loud. Anyway, no matter how good I got, there was always going to be this little 10-year-old kid that was getting his ass kicked every day, getting told, you're going to learn that. And I picked it up as a hobby. It wasn't going to be like, yeah, this is going to be my career or anything like that. It was a hobby. I turned it into a career briefly. So it's one that I really miss doing. That was probably one of my most favourite things. Like, but also at the time, it was one of the most difficult things. We earned a lot of money, like, over doing the course of it, but it was so much stress, and everything was always like, I had two very young kids at the time. Like my son, when we first got a decent residency playing in the pubs and stuff like that, my son, he was like on the way sort of thing. And yeah, I mean, I'd be going to the PA place with a 6-month-old kid and unloading the PA off at the PA place and stuff. Like, this was when my missus was still alive. Like, first missus, like, yeah, she was pretty supportive. Like, she had a day job. I was Mr. Mum, stay at home, rock star at night sort of thing. Then money got tight, went back into working as a labourer and ended up running an engineering section at a engineering company. Like, yeah, oh, it's crazy. And I felt like I shouldn't have been there doing that. Like, I mean, I started out as a shit kicker, so. But, I mean, the reason why I managed to get promoted to that was because I can't look at something that I'm doing and continually do it a way that's shit. Or if I'm doing something very repetitive, I'll be constantly looking at it thinking, is there an easier way that I could be going about this? And for example, like retooling a 150-ton press, like, I'd have to do that frequently. Originally, I was told it takes about 4 hours to retool that, like, to change the tooling from one size to the next and to get, like, the part come out, and this is how much material you usually expected to go through and stuff. I got it down to 15 minutes, and that created a lot of interest with, like, the engineers. They actually sent an engineer out to follow me around, and they tried to get me to write an SOP to try and get someone else to do it. And it's like, well, yeah, I'm not a tradesman as far as I'm not a boilermaker goes, but like I've got a lot of Boilermakers in my family that have taught me a lot of things over the years, as well as I've worked with a lot, and I pick up a lot of the solutions that they give me. And also I'll go and ask them questions and stuff. It's like, oh shit, Jim, this ain't working, what's going on with this? And he'll come over and you say, oh well, this is why you're going wrong or whatever, and I'll remember it and I won't make the same mistake twice as far as that goes. And yeah, so streamlining and all sorts of stuff like that and making systems a little bit more efficient is why like I got the time down so much. And yet they wanted me to write an SOP so they could go and get a labourer off the street to come in and do all the stuff. Like, it took me 18 months to get it down to 15 minutes, from 4 hours plus the changeover time for tooling. And yeah, I said to him, okay, I can try. And it was like 150 steps, and I got the dopiest grinder monkey we had working there at the time. He was a chronic stoner. He was a nice guy, don't get me wrong, but he was a far cry from a sharp tool, right? And I'm not trying to denigrate him or anything like that. He was who he was, you know, and he just wasn't capable of the same level of thought in a particular process as me. So he couldn't look at something and just think, oh yeah, I can see why that's not going to work. This is all wrong. So I thought, yeah, he'd be the perfect test subject to try this SOP out on. And it turned out I need to add on another 150 to 200 steps to try and make this process happen. And I said, there's no way you could write an SOP for being me, as far as that goes. Realistically, thinking about it, this kind of is a machinist's job, or, you know, a person who's trained as a machine operator or a boilermaker or anything like that. Yeah, well, that's what we used to call them, grinder monkeys, you know. Like, they used to sit there and, like, hang on to the grinder all day. Like, this was the same guy that, like, when I was a supervisor, he actually duct taped the grinder to his hand because he kept dropping it when he would nod off. And he'd sit there on the profile cutter with it, like, cleaning up all the slag and the cut, like, all the stuff around the edges of the profile cut pieces so the guys in the welder could weld it up. And, yeah, he had it taped to his hand, and he'd fallen asleep, and the grinders were going, banging up on the end of the bench, like shooting away from him, and it's still plugged in. I went up, yanked the cord out, and then waited for a few minutes, seeing if he was going to wake up, and he didn't. He was just standing asleep at the bench with the grinder taped to his hand, unplugged, and I was yelled at him. It's like, wake up! I'm not going to say his name because it's unusual and he might recognize it. If anybody else sees this, they might know who he is. And he goes, what? What are you yelling at me for? And it's like, what are you doing, man? And he goes, oh, I was grinding this. And it's like, no, you weren't. You were fucking sleeping. You had the grinder taped to your freaking hand. And he goes, oh, it's because my hand was getting sore and I kept dropping. It's like, no, you were asleep, man. And I said, why is the grinder not on now? And he goes, oh, I must have pulled the cord out. And it's like, no, I pulled the cord out. I've been standing here for 2 minutes, man. And he still didn't get sacked. He didn't get sacked until he had to go home from work. Like, he had to finish work for the day. Yeah, it used to, right? I said this in a previous stream. It's like, anytime you see a rule written down somewhere or something in a manual that said, like I said the story about, there was a drill manufacturer or an appliance manufacturer, and they made hand tools and all sorts of other stuff. They had in there, do not insert the drill into your nose to scratch it and turn it on. That's because somebody actually did that. I looked it up. I can't remember where now, but yeah, somebody actually put the drill up their nose to scratch their nose, turned it on, and mangled their face. And then sued the manufacturer of the drill because there wasn't a warning in there telling them not to do it. Like, there's like, everybody knows the Darwin Awards, like the natural selection thing. There was also this thing in regards to lawsuits called the Stella Awards. It was named after a woman called Stella, allegedly, who was going through the drive-thru of a McDonald's and got a cup of coffee from there and put it between her legs, and then as she went to drive out, she squeezed her legs together to operate the clutch or drive the car, and popped the lid off the coffee and gave herself third-degree burns on the inside of her thighs. She sued McDonald's for this, because for somehow she believed it was their fault. And she had a whole section of absurd legal battles that were, that happened, where people would make like lawsuits against people. They called them the Stellar Awards. It's like, and these things, for fun, when I was working at the engineering place, we used to read the we used to read the accident report book at the engineering place to laugh because it was absurd. It's like, yeah, I bashed my thumb with a hammer. We had this old guy who was working there. He's one of the other supervisors' dads. He was way old school. He was a paratrooper in the Second World War, sort of. He was that age bracket sort of thing. And he was also, he used to walk funny because he fucked his legs up. Like, old Scottish guy being a paratrooper. He's a cool guy, but no bullshit guy as well. Anyway, he was belting something with a hammer. He just used to do, little maintenance jobs, like he'd do painting and other bits and pieces. He didn't do any of the heavy lifting shit. He was just, a mate of one of the other supervisors. He worked hard, turned up every day, did his job and all the rest of that shit. But he was there in more of a janitorial sort of role, rather than, heavy lifting. There you go, so it did happen. Yeah, that's where the Stellar Awards came from, man. It's the same. The Stellar Awards thing was where that guy broke into someone's house, fell through the ceiling, and broke his legs, and then sued the owner because he hurt himself on their property. And it was also another guy that broke into a house, got himself locked in the carport because the door slammed shut behind him when he was going through burglarizing shit in the house. Went to check out the carport, see if he could steal the cars. Got himself locked in there for 2 weeks and sued the owners of the house for wrongful or unlawful detainment or some shit like that, and said that he suffered emotional distress because he had to eat dog food and bottled water for 2 weeks. And these are the things that really, it's like, how did you get money for this? You were engaged in a criminal act there. If you broke into my house, there's a good chance you might not survive the experience, because I've got little kids. If you break into my house, my kids' lives are in danger. Oh no, if you say something like that, then that means that you have the intent to go out and cause somebody harm. And being an Australian, that means that I'm the criminal for defending property. We are not allowed to do that here. I've been told that many times from many different police officers. It's like, yeah, it's ridiculous. And the thing is, that's the example that's been set for the millennial generation. It's like, everybody wonders why they're so fucked up. It's like, look at what people got away with, what magistrates allowed to, or judges, whatever, allowed to happen. And it's just mental. It's absurd on so many levels that, these things were allowed to happen in the first place. But, it is what it is. There was a memo that I read one time that went around as a joke. It's like, it goes from somebody down on the floor being asked an opinion of what they thought of something. I said, oh, that's shit. I think it's horrible. I don't think it'll ever work. And by the time it worked its way all the way back up the food chain, it had, the game of telephone that had gone between the memos and chain of command. By the time it got to the top, it was, yeah, this is great, this is fertile, and it provides growth and all of this. This is the smoke that was blown up the CEO's ass. So, and yeah, people just spinning shit until it turns out bullshit. So, you're an American. God, I wish we had a Second Amendment right here in this country. We have no rights at all. Yeah. Pretty much we do what we're told. If we don't do what we're told, then men with guns come and tell us, you're doing what you're told. Otherwise, we're going to put you in a box. Until you can be deemed a safe and good member of society, then you can come out of the box and do what you're bloody told. I mean, there's a lot of shit that I've seen going on in the United States at the moment, but like Dave Chappelle said it best. There's like First Amendment is golden over there, and you got the Second Amendment just in case the First Amendment doesn't work out. It's one of the most brilliant phrases, and yet both of those statements are very true. Like, at least you guys can try to rein in some of the shit you got to deal with that, you know. If you were living in a truly free society, the government should fear the people, not people fear the government. Otherwise, you're living in a dictatorship. And with the shit that's happened over the last few years, I really feel for you guys. Seeing the riots and all the carrying on and all that sort of stuff. Believe it or not, they tried to do BLM riots in Australia, right? And when the actual facts of the deaths in custody thing came out, yeah, and all of it seems to be absurdity. I don't want to talk too much about it because I don't want to upset the overlords, but yeah, I said what I thought it was going to be, which was, I had it, and it was not even the worst cold I've ever had. I think I got Omicron, which, I didn't get it affected by it anywhere near that bad. I haven't been vaccinated or anything like that. And, yeah, it was... And my son, he was the one that gave it to me. My son being vaccinated, everybody else I know has been vaccinated. They all call me a freaking nutter because, I said, what the fuck do I need that for? I'll just deal with it. I mean, I got swine flu when that went around because my nephew got it. He got it, fuck knows where he got it from, I think school or something like that. And I said, look, if it's not worse than swine flu, I'll be fine. And I've had the flu worse. Now, I'm not saying everybody's going to go through the same experience. I'm not old, I'm not young, but I don't think the government should necessarily regulate and control. I probably would be considered more of a libertarian than that. I think whenever the government steps in to regulate and control, I think that they tend to screw it up more often than not. I think the government should be there to arbitrate and resolve issues that arise. If someone is doing something that they shouldn't, like water management, stuff like that. If you live upstream from someone else and you block the river, let's say, the person downstream, they're not going to get any water and it's going to fuck up their crop, just as an example. Now, you kind of do need a governing body when you have shared resources. That's fine. I agree. And there's certain concessions that need to be made. Oh, yeah, Bill, you can't go and block up the river like that. Well, to regulate is to control. It's kind of a splitting hairs thing there, I think. Whenever there's a regulation put in place, then what you're doing is creating a bureaucracy that people have to follow and piss fart around with and all this other shit. And then you got to fill out a million forms just so you can go and buy toilet paper and wipe your ass. And you got to make sure you wipe it in the correct direction. That's what a regulation is like. And it is a form of control. But that being said, arbitration, I think, is probably where the better definition is. I think as much as I hate the police and having someone with a perception of authority over me, I do see the need for it. I'd never say get rid of the police. However, I think that training appropriate people to take on that role, people that are not psychopaths or people with power issues or people with personal issues like little man syndrome and shit like that, is I might be a little fella, but I've got a badge and a gun, so that means I own you. People like that shouldn't be cops. People who actually want to go out and contribute and serve and protect, what the motto used to be. Now it's not that. I mean, the name in Western Australia is called the police force. It's not the police service, which it once was. It used to be the Australian Defence Service. Now it's the Australian Defence Force, which it probably should be. But the police, you're dealing with civilians and citizens and all the rest of that sort of stuff. Why the hell are you trying to lock everybody down and keep everybody behaving themselves and all this other shit. My theory is, that's why I prefer to look at it that way, is what the government should be doing. And the reason for it is they should be there in case of a dispute between people that have to share natural resources or common interests or anything like that, and there's a dispute between the two of them. Otherwise, if you regulate something that doesn't need regulation, then all you end up with is an extra tax on shit that you just don't need, and a whole bunch of people that are getting paid to administer it, and all this other crap. And it's like, why do we need to... I've just been logged out of my game. Standing around too long. But yeah, why do we need to have a bunch of people whose only job is to justify their position in the world? And, it's like some of the people on, I've seen the craziness with the school boards over there. Jeez. And some of the stuff they're coming out with, it's like, that's not appropriate for little kids to be hearing about. Who says it's inappropriate? The parents are saying it's inappropriate. They should be able to say what is and isn't appropriate for their kids. That's the ratings on movies and stuff like that were suggestions for parents. The only things that they weren't allowed to watch was restricted stuff, which is more than reasonable with some of it. But props to you, man. I wanted to serve in the military. My first wife said no. She said, if you join the military, I'm going to cheat on you. That's just a fact of what's going to happen because you'll be away all the time and I have needs. So I said, fair enough. I'll stay home. I'll be a rock star. And later on, I tried to join and yeah, I'm way too broken. I've done too many dumb things over the years. I've broken more bones than Evel Knievel now, I think. Yeah. So, I was going to attempt to join the military because I wanted to go into penetration testing and infosec, and there was a lot of stuff I could see a lot of security holes with a lot of things, and I thought, well, I can contribute to this and try to make our country a little bit safer, especially with the looming threat. It's coming from the oceans past the islands just north to us of Australia, so hey, she was, that's the thing. We were always honest with each other. Never lied to her, never cheated on her, she never cheated on me. So, but she was blunt with me as well. I wanted to be an F-18 pilot. I wanted to join the Air Force. I actually wanted to be an astronaut in all reality, but, I'm an Australian, so what's the chances of that happening? The next best thing could be a fighter pilot. And, yeah, I could do that in my sleep. Just about, other than the physical side of things now. And I went through a lot of the testing and stuff like that. I scored very high on aptitude tests as far as mental stuff goes because I can remember everything I read. It's a pretty handy skill to have if you want to go and do that sort of shit. That's why I can talk so much too. I can call up a lot of factual information about a lot of shit that I've read. I've read a hell of a lot of medical books and all that sort of stuff. Been reading them ever since I was about 4 years old, because my mum was a nurse, my dad was a radio technician, so I had a lot of technical shit to read. So yeah, me joining the military, the only real problem that I have with it is I do have I'm a punk by nature. If someone tells me what to do, it's like, fuck you, I don't want to do that. And that's just because I don't like being told what to do, and that's something I would have had to severely overcome if I was going to join the military, because the whole point of it is do what you're told. Now I'm older, I've got a lot more of a mature attitude to it, and it's like, well, you must have a good reason for it. Can you give me an idea as to why? I don't need to have the answer why, but that way I can better understand where you're coming from, and maybe one day I could help you out a little bit better if you gave me a little bit more information. That's my opinion. I know it's not a military thing to do because you don't ask why. I tell you to jump, you see how high. just as a joke. I'm pretty sure that was Full Metal Jacket. I didn't know they stacked shit that high. God, that was an epic movie. Ah, takes me back. So many brilliant references. Lee Ermey, what a character. He was a drill sergeant. He was a Marine as well, I think, wasn't he? He was a drill sergeant. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he was a Marine. And that's how he got to be the, he was Leah. Yeah, anyway. Yeah. Like, I know where you're going with that. It's funny as. Love it. But yeah, like, see, the other thing about having a really good memory for just about everything, like, I used to have, like, my memory's gotten messed up a bit by a lot of traumatic shit from abusive partners and stuff. Like, it does really mess with your head pretty bad. When you start to question reality and stuff like that, and a sociopath or a narcissist or someone who has borderline personality disorder really messes with your head. It does. You have to remember multiple sets of things that may have happened as well as everything that did happen, and it's kind of messed me up a little bit. The other thing as well is with the ADHD, trying to recall some of the traumatic shit that happened is like, I can remember everything all at once in one massive burst, and I can't talk fast enough to actually adequately describe it, as well as I would end up having to explain everything I did because it was a habit I got into. As apparently a part of, like, one of the parts of PTSD that I suffered because of the abuse. My kids, went through that. You know, they deal with a lot of traumatic shit as well. But I took most of it, so yeah, like, I'd rather get yelled at than have my kids get yelled at and beaten and shit like that. Like, I saw all the Amber Heard shit going on. I thought, fuck, I can't watch this. This is way too real for me because I've seen it all before too many times. Like, really did my head in. But anyway, like, except my outcome was nowhere near as good as Johnny's because I couldn't afford a decent lawyer. Or extortionist is probably a better word for him. It's like, you can give me lots of money and keep some of your shit, or you can give her all of your shit, or you can go to jail, or you can do any number of other things. This is Australia for you. Like, there's no such thing as an abused man in Australia. Apparently, according to the police and the magistrates and the media, they didn't want to know it. Like, they were quite happy to put me on the news for some of the other things that happened in my life, but not that. Anyway. But yeah, like, the worst thing about having a really good memory is people say, geez, you hold a grudge. And it's like, no, I just don't forget stuff. If you say something, I'll remember it. And it's like, that's holding a grudge. It's like, no, that's just not being a fucking goldfish. Jeez. I don't care. That's just a fact of what happened. And that, I get burnt for that sort of stuff all the time. It's like, no, I'm not holding a grudge. I'm not keeping score. It's just, you literally said this 2 days ago. Now you're doing the opposite thing. What the hell? And as much as it should be an advantage, being able to remember a lot, like just about everything verbatim, seems to be more of a curse. But it is what it is, you know. Trying to find my place in the world these days and tell anecdotal stories and try to make more of them fictional, I think. I was going to try it out at some stage, telling stories from the space engineer's point of view, like back in my day when I was a space marine. Yeah, like, I've been through some of that shit too. Like, I don't really want to talk about it too much. There's no good outcome. I don't think. It is what it is. You just have to accept that people are gonna think what they think. You know, it used to be, if you're the wrong skin color or ethnicity or something like that. Now it's like taking a real big swing in a different direction. I don't think anybody should be based on their... Like, Martin Luther King is a legend in being able to phrase an idea. He said a man should be judged by the content of his character, not the color of his skin. Or, you know, he wants his children to grow up in that world. And that is perfect. Like, I am all for meritocracy. I always treat everybody I know based on the experiences that I have with them. Like, I don't care what anyone looks like. I don't prejudge anybody. If they're a good person, they're a good person. If they're nice to me, whatever. Like, or if they do their job, if I have to work with them or any of that, awesome. If they do something dopey, I'll give them a few chances. Like, I'm not, you know, 3 strikes you're out kind of person. I usually give people a lot more than 3. But I draw a line where I say, yeah, you've crossed the line. You are, like, I can't use words like the way that I would actually describe it because they're not politically correct. Here's the thing about the idea of politically correct. Ben Shapiro, another great speaker from your country, said as soon as you have to put a qualifier in front of a perfectly reasonable description, such as being correct, you call something politically correct, you're negating it being correct in the first place because you're putting further conditions on something. If it's correct, it means it's true, factual, accurate, and perfectly describes whatever it is to describe. It means it is the correct thing. Now, politically correct means it's only correct under a certain set of conditions. And that means it's not really correct. And this is one of the problems, like, language has been destroyed in a lot of respect. I speak a lot. I've also been having, like, I used to have to run everything through my mental lawyer before I'd speak to one of my previous partners because, like, if anything could be, like, rule number 1 of dealing with women was if anything can be taken 2 ways, it will be taken the worst way of the 2. And this is for women that are difficult, like, from a man's perspective. Not all women are difficult, so don't burn me at the stake. Like, I've had a successful relationship that only ended because some fuckwit didn't know how to drive a car. So, and yeah, she was killed doing her job. Like, otherwise I would still be married to her, and I wouldn't have gone through 10 years of freaking hell with 3 psychotic women. So, anyway. So, yeah, I'm not sexist. I'm realistic. Some people are literally like that. Oh, geez, I don't know how many times I heard that phrase, silence is violence. It's like, no, I'm taking time to think about what I'm saying. And, yeah, then I get punched in the face and say, that's violence. It's like, you calling me abusive? That was the last one. The one that we nicknamed the Psycho. We don't like to use their names. Just if we say their names too many times, they turn up and bad things happen. Like, there was the evil one, the idiot, and the Psycho was my 3 evil exes. That's what me and the kids used to call them. And, yeah, with good reason. Like, the Psycho literally... Like, she had, at best guess, borderline personality disorder. In worst case scenario, she was psychotic. Like, she would be having arguments with a fictitious conversation that was not going on at the time. It's like, I didn't say that. Like, I didn't even use those words. I think you're arguing with the voice in your head that sounds like your mum right now. And yet, yeah, when the police got called, I was the one that ended up having to go away for a freaking police order. It's like, she was the one that was running around with a knife threatening to stab herself when the kids and me, and yet I was the one that had to leave the house and the kids. Like, yeah, that's responsible policing. That's Western Australian policing for you. And I get told, like, oh, I'm judging it unfairly. It's like, no, I'm not. I got treated like fucking shit. That was sexism based on you guys just couldn't be fucked. Anyway, gonna try to let that... oh, look, it's alright. Oh, look, it wasn't your fault. Like, there was an incompetent prick that couldn't drive, you know, like, the guy got off with a fine, and yeah, there was a lot of things that really went wrong with that situation. The cop said, what do you want the outcome to be? And I said, look, he didn't mean to, right? He's not a bad guy. I didn't mean to kill her. He's just an incompetent driver. All I really want is take his license off him for the rest of his life, right? Because he's proven that he's an incompetent driver based on the fact he killed someone. And the cops just look at me, or the prosecuting officers looked at me and said, we can't do that. I was like, why not? That's perfectly appropriate. And they said, no, that's not what we mean. It's like, we want to send him to jail. And I was like, why should you send him to jail? He's not a criminal. He may have fucked up. Like, don't get me wrong. And, like, I really hate his incompetence behind the wheel of a car. So take away his freaking license for the rest of his life. He was fined $8,000 and given a 2-year suspension of his driver's license for dangerous driving occasioning death. Right? I've given up these days. It's like, I just don't trust people these days anymore. Like, I don't think I'd be an appropriate partner for anybody now, because I don't think I've got anything to offer them for a start. Like, I'm broken in so many different ways. But I don't really feel the need to pursue any of that shit anymore. Like, I'm well and truly past it. Like, I tried so hard, and I learned a lot of things about myself. Realized that, yeah, as much as I have issues and stuff, and I've got a lot of trauma that I've had to deal with over the years. There's nothing I can really do for anybody else. Like, I'm happy by myself now. Like, I'm never going to get back what I had, like, when things were good. Like, the time's long gone, so, you know. Like, my biggest thing was I should have trusted my gut. When I knew that there was warning signs, but, you know, like, I tried to fob it off and say, you know, maybe you're just comparing this person to that person, or you're doing this, or you're doing that. And I'd always be second guessing all of these warning signs, red flags that I'd hear or feel or see or whatever. And then I'd end up in a situation where it's like, no, you can't get away now. Like, you're financially tired, or the kids are involved, or this is happening, or that's happening, or whatever reason. There was some reason where I was literally trapped in the situation. I couldn't get away from it. Yeah, well, all I wanted was, like, a fair go. I wanted all the evidence that I actually had in the last time I had to go to court and all of that business. I wanted the proper evidence to be presented and stuff like that. And no one wanted to hear it because it was fucking traumatic. One of the cops had to transcribe everything that was in all those recordings, and it got buried. Like, when it went to family court, which is a whole different kettle of fish in WA, which is, like, an incredibly messed up scenario, they weren't interested in any of that stuff. My lawyer didn't even bother, because they said they're not going to listen to it. And it's like, if they listen to that, then I get my kids back, like the 2 younger kids that I have. And because I had a house, I had everything, I had a full-time job, and everything was set. And I also had a plan and a system. Back then I didn't need to sleep. I slept like twice a week. Like, I can't do that anymore. I kind of gotten broken over the last 4 years, I think. But anyway, yeah, like, I'd already raised a couple of kids by myself, and yet they said they're not going to listen to it because they don't want to know. They've got their mind made up already. So, and that's how it works here in WA. Like, there's nothing anyone can do about it. And yeah, I mean, all this stuff's probably going to get me cancelled off of YouTube before anything goes anywhere. But by the same token, you know, I'm only telling the truth from my perspective. So if anybody wants to go and have a whinge about it, it's like, well, I was there. Like, it's the same as Vietnam, you know. You don't know, man, you weren't there. This is what I went through. Like, my life was hell. And I'm watering it down and trying to keep it friendly. You know, there's so much shit that I'm leaving out because it was that freaking horrific. But it doesn't fit the narrative, so we're gonna pretend it didn't happen. And yep, you're the problem. So it's like, I had problems. It's just the problems weren't well defined to me until later on. Say stuff like that. That's a good way to get yourself into trouble too. It's like, well, you saying I'm the problem. It's like, did I say that directly? Oh, you implied it. It's like, well, maybe you just read into it that way. Smart ass. It's like, no, it just... And I actually said this to a cop once, and I really shouldn't have. I was a smart ass teenager. Cop called me, I told, what are you getting smart with me? Is what the cop said. And it's like, no, it just looks that way when you're standing next to an idiot. That got me detained for questioning that day. So I gotta be careful with my mouth, like, as far as talking to certain authority figures. And that's the other reason why I probably wouldn't have done too well in the military. It's like, what are you looking at? Looking at you, sir. Why? Well, you were talking to me, sir. I'm quite blunt and literal. And it does not do me well. But I like to have a laugh with shit. I mean, you know, the way I figure it is you can get good comedy out of tragedy. And I've been through some freaking tragedy. So if I can't laugh about it, you know, like, you can't kill yourself from your own perspective. So that's not going to happen. Like, I had a sister who tried a few times to do that. She was going through some pretty serious shit with somebody who probably should be an ex-human. And yeah, I really wish I could make that happen because of the shit he did. And also the shit he did later on. Anyway, yeah, like, my sister tried and failed like several times at that, which is, you know, one of the worst outcomes that I could imagine. I botched that up, put that thing on sideways when I was rushing through. It's like, you're a failure at life, so you go and attempt to remove yourself from it, and you fail at it. And it's like, you fail at being a failure, trying to remove the failure. It's like, I'm not trying to belittle anybody with those feelings, by the way. I'm just saying, you can't actually die from your own perspective, because whether or not there's an afterlife, nobody freaking knows. And all you really, if you survive it, you're going to be worse off. Like, I've seen that happen. Like, seen so many people not manage to follow through with it properly. Don't try it. It's absurd in itself. Like, I mean, the idea of being a human and living is absurd in itself anyway. You just got to look at it as being that, and it'll make some of the things that, you know, we as humans have to deal with slightly more tolerable. Probably not really, but I noticed this one from a way over. I put it in crooked, so thought, yeah, I'm gonna fix that. Yield module. But yeah, like, I do feel for anybody that's going through a lot of serious shit. Like, I've been through a lot of serious shit too. Not to compete by any stretch of the imagination. What you're going through is most likely very horrific for you. If you do feel the need to talk about it, you know, I'm more than happy to listen. Like, I can take it. I'm an adult. At least, like, that's what the paperwork says. I don't necessarily behave like an adult. Hey, your interpretation of my conversation is not my responsibility. Hey, I went on a rant about something very similar to that yesterday. People need to stop thinking everybody hates them. Go eat some words. Yeah, that's what I was told when I was little too. Must have been a generational thing as well. Well, what I said yesterday was, there's a very apt statement I was told by somebody who I used to think was a smart person. Like, I've come to think otherwise of this particular person, but he came up with a few interesting things. One of them was, offense, whether something is offensive or not, is entirely up to the listener, not the speaker. You can only take offense. You take offense by listening to something and then taking an interpretation of that. Now, you can choose not to take offense. You can choose not to listen. You can choose to not be offended. I don't behave like an adult by any stretch of the imagination. Like, because why? Like, you know, everybody else behaves like children, and children have fun. Like, I just don't behave like a spoiled child and expect the world to be handed to me on a silver platter. Like, I understand I have responsibility. I suppose that's the only adult part, like, I know, is like, there is responsibilities. Take care of the responsibilities, go out and do dumb shit. Like, that's what my adult life was like. It's like, I want to be a rock star. Alright, go out and do it. I did it. I want to go out and be a wedding photographer. Went out and did it. I want to go out and be a professional motorcycle rider. I went out and did that for way longer than I should have. Damn near killed me way too many times. You know? Like, I don't know. Maybe that's just the ADD part. But yeah, no. Like, I remember when I turned 18, it was tragic. Like, 18 is, you become an adult in Australia, so you're legally allowed to drink, and you can be tried as an adult. Well, it's not that adulting sucks. The advantage of being an adult is, you can do more stuff when they let you do more stuff. The thing that sucks about being an adult is not being able to do more stuff when you want to do more stuff, and they decide you're not allowed to do more stuff anymore. That's what the last 4 years has been like for everybody, whether it be the modern financial crisis, more recent one, not the 2008 one, which sucked ass for everybody else too, and all the absurdity that's been going on with the government being everybody's parent. It's like, what right do you think that you have, or what expertise as a politician do you have that makes you think that you know better than a doctor or even somebody who can read? Jesus. Like, you know, if you can read and critically think, you're smarter than an Australian politician by a long way. Probably although you guys have got some really good politicians over there, as well as some pretty horrible ones. Like, what's his name? Senator Rand Paul. I like the way he critically thinks and the way he looks at a lot of his reasoning. But that being said, he is a doctor, like, from what I can gather. Like, I'm pretty sure he's a medical doctor. I have a lot of respect for the way he approaches an argument. He's very logical, a lot of critical reasoning. We don't necessarily have the same sort of representation in Australia. Like, some of the crazy shit that goes on here, like, well, don't really want to talk about it, because, yeah, that's just going to go into a whole big can of cancel culture. So, like, I'm over that shit too. Anyway, I never wanted to be an adult. I was kind of forced into it. Being the oldest of my siblings and all that sort of stuff, I was always told, oh, act your age, act responsibly. And then I go see my uncles goofing off and mucking around and doing all sorts of kind of fun stuff. I don't know. My mum was a nurse, so she had to go and put up with people going into the hospital with all kinds of weird things jammed up their ass, and then having to come home and tell me not to be doing dangerous stuff. So, like, I've worked with like, I've had a lot of friends, like, working in the entertainment industry over the years. Like, I talk to a lot of people, and talking to ER nurses was so much fun, because it's like, oh, you worked in the ER, did you? Oh, so you guys have all the crazy shit that happens. Oh, some of the stories they told me, jeez. I mean, I ended up in the emergency room a lot too. I mean, that's where I met a lot of them, because one time Christmas holidays, I was asked what my goal, or what I wanted to do during the holidays, and I was like, I have 3 goals for summer holidays with the kids this year. I don't want to end up on fire. I don't want to end up in hospital, and I don't want to end up getting questioned by the police again. I think it was because, like, I got a lot of family that used to stir the pot that work in the police, and yeah, I used to have to deal with the police a lot, and so I'm kind of a little bit known for being a bit of a smart ass, even though I don't break any laws. I'm not a criminal. I've never been criminally charged with anything. I'm just a smart ass and whatever, right? So yeah, no charges at all have ever been pressed against me. Like, mainly because, yeah, I don't break laws. Like, don't see the point. It's way more effort than I can handle. Traffic violations, different thing, but I barely drive the car these days. Anyway, so yeah, those three things I didn't want to do. And it was New Year's Eve was when I went on leave. I just got a message from Black Ninja Ace about the AU1. I'm just going to tell him. Oh, I'll get to it later. But yeah, Australia Day, someone set off a flare, went off in a paddock up the end of my street, set all the grass on fire. And so, yeah, the fire department got called. I was pretty hammered. And there's a caravan park that was backed onto the same paddock. Right, this is in the suburbs in Midland. It wasn't really a paddock. It was more like a massive empty field that just had long grass in there. And yeah, some dumb Gumby went and fired a flare into it, which, you know, idiots do. They've got both. We're not allowed to have fireworks in Western Australia because nanny state. I reckon if we were allowed to play with fireworks as a kid, like everybody in Australia knows, you don't start fires because the whole place is a giant tinderbox, right? So anyway, yep, sure enough, we're going around, like, I'm hosing down my roof and eaves and shit because I haven't cleaned my gutters out. They're all full of gum leaves and all sorts of crap from the school, dropping leaves on my, like, the trees in the school, dropping shit. And, yeah, getting a little distracted. So yeah, I start riding through the caravan park because they had to evacuate. So I'm riding my... Like, I got a CBR 1000, had one at the time. Not too drunk that I couldn't ride, but I probably shouldn't have been. And I'm letting everyone know, like, oh, you got to evacuate. And people tell me to fuck off because it was after midnight, everybody had all their celebrations and shit. It's like, no, someone set off a flare, the paddock's on fire, everything's gone up in smoke. And like half a dozen caravans ended up burning down. People had to be dragged out of there because some of these people like lived there. It wasn't like a proper like the trailer trash sort of caravan park. This was a holiday park, but there were residents there. Anyway, so yeah, we're walking around putting out spot fires, and I ended up setting myself on fire. Had to go to the hospital because like somebody reckoned I had smoke inhalation. Like the idiot was the girl I was dating at the time, and she goes, "Oh, you should go and get checked out," and rah rah rah. And it's like, no. The street got evacuated and all this other stuff, and then I got questioned by the police because we were a witness to what happened with the flare going off. So it's like all of my goals for my summer holidays were thrown out the window the same night I started my holidays. Typical. All this happened, I think this was in 2015, I think it was. Yeah, that's when the paddock went up and I caught fire just after Christmas. So, yeah. Australia is a really fun place. And it's like you go and help people. Like, another time, like another retarded situation, a guy tried to sue me for kicking his door in because he fell asleep with a lit cigarette, and you know, we suspect it was green tobacco. Like in Western Australia it's illegal. I've got nothing against people that smoke weed, but if you pass out with a lit joint and you set fire to your house and then someone kicks your door in, don't try to sue the person for the door and some of the other damage that happened so you can get your ass dragged out of the friggin' house. And it's like, that was when I learned no good deed goes unpunished. Yeah. Pain, suffering from just trying to not be an asshole. But, you know, it is what it is. Yeah, this has turned into a right rant session. Crazy. Anyway, should probably get back to building shit. I think Black Ninja just bailed out on me. Like, he came over to tell me some of the stuff that happened on the other server. I'll catch up with later on, I think. But yeah, okay. Back to playing video games. Something I can actually do something with. Not like the craziness of the real world. Urgh. That'd be pretty crazy if Black Ninja comes over here. Although if he brings all the craziness that came from AU1, all the gankers and stuff. Okay, I think I might chuck some hydrogen generators in. Although, I got like half an hour left on the stream, so I think I might lay some stuff out. Don't know if I'll keep going for much longer, or if I'll go for another one. How do I want to do this? I think chuck them like... No, it needs steel plate. Yeah, crazy world we live in. Yeah, I reckon that'll be stacks. The idea here is what we're considering doing is just bringing all the ice over from one of the lakes and process it here, turn it into hydrogen, refuel the ship. But don't know whether or not I'll weld these up yet. I've got a mountain of them on my ship and they really seem to be struggling keeping up. If you have a look over here, all the O2H2 gens there. So I'm running a lot of hydrogen tanks too, and took forever to fill it up. But that being said, ship was 8.5 million kilos at the time, so probably I was going to do something about that. Got way distracted. Shoot the breeze about all the craziness in the world today. Remembering the good old days back when I was a young'un. Used to make jokes with me missus, like the first missus. It's like, yeah, I can't wait till I'm old enough to be surly and bad-tempered. Hey, you kids, get off my damn lawn! Rather than being one of the kids getting told to get off the damn lawn. Takes me back. I remember when I had teeth. Still got teeth, by the way. And lost them. And maybe chipped and broken, coffee and cigarette stained, but they're still there. Can't afford to eat anything with inflation and whatnot. Weight saving is what I'm doing here, just in case anybody watching is wondering. Starting to get a little bit. Yeah, it's getting... No, it's not too late. I think I've just been at it too long today. Yeah, thanks for the conversation there, B-Dub. It's been a great conversation. Even though I've done all the talking and you've done all the typing, give me something to respond to. I don't like doing stuff just by myself. More of a collaborative sort of person. But you give me an idea, damn, I can expand on it. Doesn't necessarily mean I should. My first wife used to say, I said you shouldn't. No, I didn't say you couldn't. I said you shouldn't. Turns out she ripped that off of The Simpsons. I didn't know that. But fairly apt. Oh, when I got glasses, right? Cause I just used to squint whenever I'd have to see a long way. I got glasses, I could see a lot further away. I could see far more detail and stuff like that, and it depressed me. When I was working in a very large warehouse, which was last job I worked at, it was a government thing, blah blah blah. Can't really talk too much about it because high security issues and stuff like that. There was a lot of people there that really didn't put the same amount of effort into me. And I found that I was a lot happier doing that job when I didn't wear my glasses, because I couldn't see what lazy fucks they were being over the other side of the warehouse a couple hundred meters away. So, because like, yeah, you could see the entire floor where we used to work, which was probably a couple of hundred meters by 50 or 60 meters. I don't know what that is in freedoms, so, but yeah, it's big. Yeah, look, I'm the same. Like, AU1 went mental. Like, I also break cliques. We have these things, I don't know if it's same in America, but you have like a tight-knit group working inside, like, say an office or something like that. I break them all and make everybody talk to each other again, because I'll talk to anyone, even people that hate me. I'll still have a conversation. If I've got no one else to talk to, I'll talk, because I don't want to be wherever the hell I am for 7.6 hours or whatever the freaking hell they make me be there. I just want to do my job and go home, you know. So what I do is I talk to pass the time. Tell stories, jokes, anecdotes, anything. Have a conversation about something stupid, like, and oh god, I've gotten into trouble so many times. Like, I used to work with my first wife, and yeah, some of the conversations I had were that ridiculous and inappropriate, but they were funny. Like, she thought they were funny, but she thought it'd be even funnier to play a practical joke on me, to have me called in the office for sexual harassment on some of the things that I'd said that were in relation to her, which don't really want. It's not really a story that should be repeated, but in the particular government section that I used to work at, we had a national memo go around because of that particular incident, and regarding appropriate workplace conduct. And like, after I got transferred to a different DC later, or whatever, later on, like, because I did move around, like, I didn't move around a lot, but I got transferred through the city, different locations, doing stuff. And, yeah, got transferred to a different place, and people knew me from the memo. So, yeah, it's a good conversation starter. It's like, yeah, I've been up for sexual harassment from my own wife, who also works here. It was supposed to be a joke, and then it got taken too seriously by people that weren't in on the joke. Oh god, it was funny as hell. We called it the barbecue incident because, like, it can pertain to that. Like, if you were to interpret it using the language that we have for certain colloquialisms here in Australia, like, it got referred to later on as the, yeah, look, be careful. You're getting close to the barbecue incident territory here. You better be careful. It's like, oh god, really? I don't know how many times I've been told, yeah, no, you can stop talking about that now. Like, when I learned what docking was, Jesus Christ. When somebody told me what the definition of that was, I thought I was well versed in the Urban Dictionary. Turns out, no, not so much. I learned that. I've got nothing against anybody who wants to practice those things, but I never heard of it before, and I thought it was ridiculous. It was funny as hell. And it's like, well, whatever. Tickles you, yeah, whatever floats your boat, tickles your pickle, whatever you want to call it. If I think something's funny, I'm going to laugh at it. Not because I feel like trying to make the person feel bad, it's just because I find it amusing, or comical, or ridiculous, or absurd, or, you know, they're the things that make life funny. Like, I'm of that diverse a background and descendants and all the rest of that sort of shit. I could play any card I want to, right? And yet, like, I would still tell racist jokes because of the absurd nature of the racist jokes to the people of that race, and they would laugh at it because they would understand that I'm being ironic. And I think that any kind of bigotry or racism is absurd. I'm a meritocratic person. Like, and I don't know why it's that hard a thing to understand. Like, judge somebody on their actions, what they do. Don't necessarily take everything they say literally, because literally means written down. If you write something down, you lose a lot of context. It pains me, some of the stuff that happens in the world, because of absurdities. Oh, I got forced to take too many things seriously, and it's like, I really don't want to. Like, it's like, why don't you grow up? Why don't you fucking lighten up? Jeez. Suppose my life's not all rainbows and lollipops. So it's not like I can say I made all of the best choices, but at the same time, can't say that I made bad ones because they're not me. I can't say they made bad ones either because they made away like bandits with all of my shit. So I used to have millions of dollars. Don't have millions of dollars anymore. A little bit dark about that. Because, yeah, life was much better having a lot of money and not needing it than needing a lot of money and not having it. That was a significant difference between before and after my ex-wife. Always wanting more. It's like you don't need anything that you're asking for, and yet you're demanding it as if you're owed it. I paid off all your debts, and yet you still want me to buy you a freaking house. What do you need another house for? Turns out that was the place where she wanted to go and bang some other guy. Which, if she wanted to go and do that, I think she should go and pay for that shit herself, but that's sexist, apparently. Who am I to argue? What the hell would I know? I'm just a bloke. Misogynistic bloke at that, according to those sorts of concepts. It's gonna have to be that one. Might stick a cap on it. I don't know. The world will probably balance itself out one day. It's like, well, if your perspective's not constantly changing, it means that you're blind or you're walking around with your eyes closed. Like, the concept of perspective in and of itself is the change in the point of view. And as soon as you turn your head, your point of view is going to change, unless you're an idiot, or you're ignorant, intentionally ignorant, or you have the unfortunate circumstances of being blind. Which I can make as many jokes about being blind as I want because my mum's blind and I've had to deal with a lot of that. Like, growing up with that sort of, like, she's not completely blind. She's got what's called RP, which is really unfortunate. But yeah, I've been hearing about that ever since I was little. Just like I can make all the cancer jokes in the world I want to because my sister died of it and my dad had it when I was 2. So I made a joke about cancer like that, saying I can't get cancer. I'm immune to it because 1 in 3 people in your family are likely to get cancer. My family's already had its quota, so I'm immune. A guy at one of the places I worked at had a mental meltdown about that. He goes, "That's not how it works." I know full well it's not how it works, but I just wanted to see his reaction. And he goes, "That means you're more susceptible to getting cancer." And I was like, "Nah, I can smoke as many cigarettes and drink as much Red Bull as I like. My record's 22 cans in less than 24 hours. That didn't kill me." How are you not dead? God protects fools and drunks, man. I'm not religious, by the way. I just think it's funny to see people's reaction to shit like that. I'm not disrespectful of people that want to be religious either, mind you. I just like having a laugh when people lose their shit over something ridiculous I've said. It's unfortunate that, yeah, like, that would be where I could excel in life. And yet I could potentially get cancelled from YouTube for saying some of this crap. And none of it's meant to be serious. It's meant to be a laugh. Like, the thing about, like, my sister died when just before my son was born. She died of cancer in 2003, 3 months before my son was born. And she dealt with that. Like, how old was I? It's about that. So she died when she would have been 22 when she died. Hey, my reasoning was sound, right? Studies had shown 1 in 3 people in a family have you're likely to know 1 in 3 people in your family are likely to get cancer. And I was like, oh, well, that's good. Our family's already done the quota. Apparently that's not funny. But yeah, she dealt with that from when she was 16 to 22. She had leukemia, and that was horrible. You know, like, I dealt with a lot of loss from a lot of friends and family. Like, my first proper girlfriend, she was killed in a car accident when I was 19. Like, I wasn't with her at the time, but yeah, her and her new boyfriend, like, she was my ex-girlfriend at this stage. I hadn't seen her for about 6 months. Was thinking about calling her. She was killed on around Valentine's Day. What year was that? 99 was when that happened. So it's like every 4 years, like, a significant person in my life died. Like, this was my younger sister who had cancer and stuff. It was, yeah, like, shit, I'm cursed, you know. Just having a really hard time with it. But anyway, that aside, yeah, you've got to have a sense of humor about some of the things in life that, like, we're all going to die, probably. Right? Like, unless, like, Neuralink takes off or whatever. Although, statistically, I should be dead. The amount of times I've nearly died and haven't. I really do think that the many worlds thing, I'm the cat in Schrodinger's box. And the only reason why I'm still alive is because I am consciously aware of being alive. And it sounds ridiculous, but, like, I actually do think that there might be some merit to that. And that's another reason why I think that suicide would be pointless. Because, you know, if you were to attempt it, you're going to survive it in the set of circumstances. Because if you could be conscious of it, it means you survived it, which means, like, you fucked up somehow with that. Like I said, I get on a rant, and I try not to ruin people's day. Usually when someone says, oh yeah, what happened with you? I haven't seen you in a while. And it's like, oh, I've already ruined one person's day so far. Do we have to talk about it? And they go, oh, is it that bad? And it's like, stop asking me questions. I can't lie to people. But yeah, no, I'm not trying to ruin your day, please. I'm trying to say I have a sense of humor about this shit because you have to. Oh, sorry, man. Bummed me out now. The only thing I've got, as far as, like, I've got experience from all of this shit, so I got a lot of stories, and some of the craziest shit. Like, would you like to hear my engineer's point of view story? Probably going to definitely going to run over time. But would you like to hear the story that I come up with from the engineer's perspective? Let me know. And I'll tell the story and I'll chop it up later. Like, it's up to you. I think it's a funny story. It's a bullshit story. But I can tell a story. Oh, no, it's all good. Like, I get that. Like, you laugh my ass off on there. But do you want to hear the story? Now, I've never served in the military, so I don't think I'd be very good at telling a story from someone who'd served in the military's point of view, but I reckon I could wing it. Let me know. So I'm not going to tell it unless you want to hear it. Yeah, I feel the same way. I don't know if there's a lag or delay with the chat or something like that. Yeah, love a good. It's not an engineering story. It's a story from the engineer's perspective, right? This is just one of the many ideas that I've had to come up with for a story. So I'll tell a story, right? Now, just pretend I'm the space engineer, right? Now, I wasn't always a space engineer, right? A long time, I actually got my start. I enlisted in the Space Marines. Now, I wasn't always a Space Marine either, but I still felt the need to go and join up with the Marines, right? Service, honor, etc. All the rest of those mad things that you're going to know more about than I am because you actually were a Marine. Respect. Anyway, so yes, I went through basic and all the rest of that business. Went through basic, and after my training was complete, the first posting I got, I was working on an outpost. This was on the Earthlight world. Got put on an outpost there, just pretty much babysitting all the communication staff, IT staff, and all that sort of stuff. We had a fair few really full on special ops guys come through and all sorts of stuff like that. They were always great, we never had any hassles with them. It's always the smarter guys that we get, at the local pub, mouthing off and carrying on like floggers and shit like that. And it's like, oh, you think you're better than me and all the rest of this shit? And they just look at them and laugh and say, knowing that they can step on them and squash them like a bug. But anyway, part of this posting, I got called out occasionally to incidents that would take place. And this particular incident is where later on in my service, we had a operator, a radio operator or a communications officer, based at the station. He'd relay information back to us. We called him Half Ton. His name originally, we used to call him Tons of Fun because he was a big bloke. He's an IT guy mostly as his background. Spent a lot of time sitting in front of the computer. And he literally was tons of fun. It's a great bloke. We'd all have a good laugh about it. Hey, tons of fun. How you going, mate? No worries. And all the rest of that sort of shit. Have a good laugh. Got his nickname changed to Half Ton after one fateful night. Got called out to the hospital to go and question some people that were involved in an incident that took place over on the apartment blocks that was attached to the barracks, where a lot of the civvies, they'd be all locked up or holed up there. They've got apartments over there, so you get contractors come in and whatnot, as well as some of the Marines that would have family, not necessarily Marines, but some of the other operators, so to say, because we had a quite diverse range of people come through, and some of them would have their own apartments off barracks and stuff like that if they had a missus and kid and whatnot. Anyway, it was a pretty big building. Half Ton used to live on the 3rd floor. And, I got called into the hospital, and Half Ton's sitting there with missing his legs. And it's like, shit, what happened to you? And he goes, oh, fuck, you never believe what happened to me. And it's like, well, I'm here to write up incident reports, man. I've got to question a few people. Didn't know you were going to be one of them, man. What the hell's going on? He says, oh, man, I had a night of it. Start off with, right? You know how I had to go in for that medical? And because I had that chest pain and shit. And I said, yeah. He says to me, well, I thought, well, it really put the willies up me. Scared the crap out of me, man. So I thought, well, I got to get fit. I got to try and lose some of this weight. You guys all take the piss out of me about being tons of fun, rah, rah, rah. And it's like, yeah, well, when we said maybe you need to lose a bit of weight, man, we didn't say cut off your fucking legs. And he says, hey, very funny. And it's like, oh, come on, man. No. I'm trying to be serious here. I've got to write this report out. I'm not trying to take the piss, man. How's it? Are you feeling alright with it? And he goes, I can still feel my legs, man. It's fucking shit. It fucking hurts. I was like, alright. What the hell happened, man? Because, you were fine earlier on when I saw you. Leaving the barracks and shit. Or leaving the offices, at the, station, And he says, yeah, well, I went home, And I thought, I'm going to try this new fitness regime because they told me, like, yeah, if I don't do something about it, like, I'm going to be dead in 6 months or something like that. And I was like, yeah, righto. Like, looks like you stepped on a landmine, you know. Didn't say that because, you know, he's already feeling like crap. So, anyway, I let him tell his story. I said, so, yeah, what happened? He says to me, well, okay, I got a bunch of exercise equipment, right? Hauled it up to my apartment there that we got, like, I got allocated for me. It's up there. And doing aerobics, sweating my ass off. I'm really going hard at it. Got a mini tramp, I've got dumbbells, got a whole 9 yards, right? Because I really want to not end up, like, dying. Like, I'm 26, man, for fuck's sake, you know? I said, yeah. I get it. So you're doing all this shit. And he goes, yeah, well, it's getting friggin' hot, you know? It's a pretty balmy day. And, you know, as much as those aerobics chicks on those videos look damn fine, I could not keep up with it. Because, shit, I weigh 335 kilos, you know? It's like, how the fuck, man? I mean, he was 6'7", but shit. Anyway, god damn, like, that was crazy. So, anyway, he literally was getting close to half a ton at that point, and I was, like, blown away when he told me that. Anyway, yeah, so he says, yeah, well, what I did was I went out onto the balcony there. You know how I'm up on the 3rd floor? And I was like, yeah. And he goes, oh, I rolled the mini tramp out there, and there's nice cool breeze coming in. I thought, yep, cool, I'll just get on the mini tramp and I'll just do some jogging on that. And I was like, oh, what? So how the hell do you break your legs with a mini tramp? Because I'm getting to it. I was like, alright, I'm ADHD, a little impatient, you know, diagnosed a little bit too late with that. Probably shouldn't have been doing that job in the first place. But anyway, fair enough. So you're on the mini tramp. He goes, yeah, well, I was sweating like a pig. Okay, I'm going to say it like that because, like, any other words, inappropriate. Sweating like a pig. Didn't use words that you actually said. And, yeah. And, yeah, sweat dripped onto the mini tramp, slipped, went ass over tit, over the rail, fell down. I thought, fuck, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna fall on my head, I'm gonna splat. Right, it's 3 floors up. Managed to catch myself on the floor down. I thought, shit, thank fuck, right? Now, I don't have the world's greatest upper body strength, and anybody trying to lift, you know, 335 kilos, I ain't gonna have too good a time, but I'm hanging on. And this guy comes running out, and yeah, I think, shit, yeah, he's going to save me. Turns out, no, he's going to beat the living shit out of me whilst I'm hanging here, hanging on for dear life onto this rail, right? And he beats the absolute living piss out of me, punches me in the head and all sorts of shit. Like, this guy's a gorilla, right? I think he's one of the Spec Ops guys or some shit, I don't know, but he just lost his shit and just started beating the crap out of me. I managed to hang on. I thought, oh, thank God. He comes back out with a hammer, belts the crap out of me fingers, and I've just fall. And I look at his hands, and his hands are bound up. He looks like the mummy. You know, he's flattened some of his fingers. It's like, oh, fuck no, man. So you landed on the bushes. That's how you broke your legs, compound fractures. He goes, no, I landed in the bushes. My hands were fucked, but everything else was okay. I'm like, yeah, right. And he goes, yeah. And then I look up. Down comes this fucking fridge, lands on me fucking legs, amputates both the fucking things and squashes them beyond repair. They couldn't even sew the damn things back on. I'm like, fuck me. What the fuck? And he goes, yeah, I know. So here I am. And it's like, you realise we're going to have to change your name now. And he's like, oh, look, yeah, fuck off with that shit, alright? I know you're making jokes about me losing weight and all the rest of that, but fuck, I feel like shit. I end up being half a friggin' cyborg by the end of this. Like, fuck me, tons of fun. Jesus Christ. Oh, I'll write up the incident report. I've got a couple more people I need to speak to, like, surrounding this incident. So I go up to the nurse and say, hey, yep, where's the other guy who was called in? I've got to fill out reports on this shit. And Jesus Christ, poor guy in there. Can you look after him, mate? And she's like, oh yeah, we've been looking after him. He's on some pretty good shit, man. It's like, nice. Like, yeah, he reckons his legs are hurting. Maybe you could bump the dose a little bit. She's like, yeah. We're giving him the maximum at the moment because, fuck me, the shit that happened, man, that was crazy. It's like, yeah, you're not wrong. So anyway, go up into the next room, and there's this guy there. He's sitting on the bed. He's pissed as fuck. This guy is like, Jesus Christ, makes Brock Lesnar look like a small fella, right? This guy is built like a tank. And yeah, he looks like he's got he would have muscles on his shits. He's like built that way. Like, steroids are scared of him, you know. So I say to him, yeah, what are you in? What's going on? He goes, fuck that little cunt, man, I beat the fuck out of him. Oh, fucking no. Oh, you know. I said, okay, settle the fuck down. Right, I need to take a report. Now, you're military, right? You're in the Space Marines, yeah? Yeah. And I said, okay, now I need to fill out this report, all right? There's been some serious incidents, and you're in the hospital, so yeah, why don't you tell me about how you got here tonight? And he goes, oh, it all started a couple of months ago. Like, I got called out on quite a few, like, longer posts where I was gone for a period of time, right? Quite a period of time. And this girl, like, my missus, she'd been cracking the shits with me for ages about spending more time at home and all of this stuff, and she's feeling lonely and all this, and right, so that's why I got her stationed here in the first place. But I suspect she's been cheating on me. I'm like, yeah, right. Like, what makes you say that? And she goes, oh, her mood just changed and she's just acting a bit funny and all the rest of that sort of stuff. And I'm like, yeah, righto. Fair enough. What's that got to do with anything? I was like, well, I managed to get Sergeant let me get off a shift a little earlier. Like, because I was going to come home, I was going to catch her in the act with the guy. And that way, yep, I'd seen the guy, I'd be able to confront her with it. I'd have evidence, I'd have proof, and I'd say, hey, bitch, there it is, you know. And it was like, yeah, fair enough. It seems like, it seems a little bit crazy to me, but, you know, I could understand where you're coming from, you know. Yeah, it's heartbreaking, man. It's like, yeah, well, get home, I'm about an hour and a half earlier than I'd normally be knocking off, right? And I don't bother, I try to get in there quietly, but the adrenaline just takes over. I just burst in there, run into the bedroom, and there she is, stuck as under a sheet, and then looking all hot and flushed and stuff like that. I'm like, where is she? Or where is he? Where is that motherfucker? I really want to know where this guy's at. And she goes, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know where he is. Rah, rah, rah. She's banging on, feeding me all this bullshit. So I start running around the apartment, having a look around. Can't find anyone. Right, look in the kitchen. There's no one there. Run out onto the balcony. There's motherfucker there hanging over the side of the rail. And I was like, oh, I just snapped. I saw red and just started beating the shit out of this guy. Motherfucker banged my wife. I'd swear to Christ, right? So, and worst part is, wouldn't fucking fall. Oh, that burnt me up. Ran back into the kitchen, grabbed a hammer out of the third drawer. Third drawer's always got all the shit in it. Pull out the hammer and start belting the crap out of his fingers. And then finally he falls. And my luck, he lands in the bushes and he's fine. I just lost my shit. Went in the kitchen, picked up the fridge and hurled it down at him. Squashed him flat, but busted his legs. Then I start feeling this massive chest pain. And I was like, what? And he goes, well, that's how I ended up here. Like, turns out I pulled a muscle in my back, throwing the fridge down there and being all worked up and shit like that. Thought I was having a fucking heart attack. So, yeah, get hauled down here in a friggin' ambulance along with Mr. No Legs over there. No Legs, wife, banging, friggin' cuck, whatever, etc. Bad language add on here. It's like, jeez. Yeah, I don't necessarily know if I want to put all those words in my report. And he goes, yeah, well, you can say whatever I freaking said about that guy because he should be banging other people's wife. And it's like, hey, look, I don't know half-time. He was not banging your wife. He fell down from upstairs. He might not be the most athletic person in the world. He was attempting to be that night in a place he probably shouldn't have been. and went arse over tit. And you just beat the crap out of and amputated the legs off of the wrong guy. And he's like, oh, fuck. So what's going to happen to me then? It's like, oh, look, that's not up to me, man. I just write the reports out, you know. Fair enough, he says. Well, look, I think I've got all the information I need from here, alright? Completely forgot about the third guy. I'm about to leave, right? And the nurse says, well, you're going to go and question that guy in 207? It's like, what? She goes, you got called out to question all 3 of those people involved in the incident. It's like, 3? She goes, yeah, there's a guy there. He looks like he's been, like, shaking around in a box or something like that. Like, he's black and blue head to toe. He's broken both his arms and both his legs. It's like, Jesus Christ. Alright. So I go in there and there's this guy in a full body cast. And it's like, alright. So, how the hell did you end up in this state? And he just looks at me, looks me square in the eyes and says, okay, picture this. I'm hiding naked inside a fridge. What do you think of my engineer's time as a investigator? Yeah, so that's what I was thinking of going with, stories from the engineer's point of view. It's like time spent in the Space Marines, all the dumb stories I've heard or actually had to write up incident reports for. Well, you know, who's going to expect like an ape to come in and throw the fridge off the second floor? But then again, what sort of, you know, it couldn't have happened to a nicer person from the engineer's perspective there. Yeah, like, I've got a whole bunch of stories like that I've been coming up with. I've been thinking about putting it together into a book if I could actually write stuff out. I have a little bit of troubles like sitting there and focusing on just writing stuff. I'm not brilliant at it. Like, not that I can't spell or type or any of that sort of stuff. It's just I tend to have writer's block when I actually have to write. But I can talk. Like, all that stuff I've said, all from memory. And yeah, I can tell stories like that until the end of time. So I was thinking, yeah, I think I might throw some of those in there. I think they'll be funny stories, tell them from the engineer's point of view. I reckon I could write a book, The Life of the Space Engineer, the past lives of the space engineer or something like that. I don't know. But, yeah, crikey. Like, there is a lot of anecdotal stuff, similar. Like, I've been in some really crazy, or not been in, but known, like, being a professional musician, you see the world of crazy with shit. Especially when it comes to women, or sex, drugs, and rock and roll. Literally, all of those things, recipe for disaster. It's thoroughly entertaining, don't get me wrong. Like, because I never got into any of that dumb, crazy shit. Like, yeah, a lot of the stories, though, are really inappropriate for anyone to listen to. Like, you know, if there was a stream where that could be presented, like, some of the stories, yeah, I would, but, yeah, instant age restriction, although I used a lot of profanity in that, but it kind of adds to the story, I think. I ain't getting no monetization with that though. But tell a good story, have a good laugh. And the good thing about telling it from the engineer's point of view is that none of it's real, so no one can get upset. It's all jokes, anecdotal. There's no way. I mean, not unless like a couple of 100 years in the future when we do have space marines and someone's looking at old YouTube videos, they're going to come across this dumb shit. There's some idiot in Australia going running his mouth like an idiot. But I think I might try to tell it with a little less swearing in it. I'll redo it as a better stream. Might do it as an overdub of some actual gameplay footage, not just me staring at a wall. Hey, look, you know, I actually got out of a written warning at my job because I called somebody. See you next Tuesday. Like, and that's because that's the way he was behaving. Now, in Western Australia, or Australia in general, we have a colloquial dialect known as bogan, right? And now this particular person was going to make me have to do something that was going to cause me an injury. Like, I had to exceed my physical abilities to undertake my task that day because he didn't want to do it because he was going to have to go past his girlfriend's house. And he was just being a sook, right? So I said to him, look, if you do this, it means that I'm not going to be able to work for the rest of the week. Today's Wednesday, right? It means I'm not going to be here Thursday and Friday because I'm not going to be able to walk. He goes, I don't care. And he ended up taking the job where, like, I had to do the hard job, which was 5k's out of my way, which I had to get there in a very difficult mode of transport, which should never be used by anybody because fuck that. Don't really want to go into it. So I called him, see you next Tuesday. And I said, you're being a cunt, alright? And he says, nah. And he thought I was joking around. I was like, no, fair income. Right? And that's because I was reverting to his native language, right? Because I've run out of ways to explain to him using English, right? Because I can speak very properly if I want to. I can speak very eloquently. I can even put the radio voice on and even be a radio presenter if I really wanted to. And yet, I chose to use that particular word because it was best going to convey the message of his behaviour in a language he would best understand. Made him cry. And I didn't really have feelings about that because, you know, he caused me serious injuries because we were chronically understaffed and the job has to get done, right, regardless. And I was told, toughen up, princess, and all the rest of that sort of business because they knew that I wasn't going to fucking punch him for it, right? Anyway, and he was going to snowflake out, right? So, yeah. I didn't realise he was going to snowflake that hard. He went and cried, and everybody felt sorry for him because he's just a kid. You know, he was 20, for fuck's sake, and he was working an adult's job, getting paid the same as me. He should be working under the same conditions as me. Sure enough, I get back, I'm walking like I've been sodomized in prison, right? I am crippled. Alright, this is the job that really ruined my knees and makes me look like I have spent 10 years in prison, right? Being someone's bitch, right? No offense to anybody that's been to jail and been in that situation. I think that one of the worst situations is the rape of men in prison, and I think it's horrifying. Anyway, that's just a complete side note. I'm not trying to belittle it in any way. I feel for you. Like, that's where the most rape occurs, apparently. Like something I learned recently watching a Crowder video. Anyway, I get called in the office and he goes, I need to talk to you. And I was like, good, I need to talk to you too. I'm not going to be in the rest of the week. He goes, why? And I was like, I'm walking like I've been someone's bitch just now. My legs are fucked. I can't walk. And he goes, well, you better go get a medical certificate for that, but that's not why I want to talk to you. And it's like, well, that's why I want to talk to you. So he goes, yeah, sort it out with the doctor, you know, blah, 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 trying to fob it off and all the rest of that sort of shit. It's like, yeah, whatever. I did get the rest of the week off too, because my doctor says, why do you put up with this shit? And it's like, gotta get paid, man. Anyway, so yeah, he goes, why did you... My boss says, looks me square in the eye and goes, why did you call Cameron a cunt? And he was an incredibly religious guy. Immediately at that moment, I thought winning, because I got somebody who's never said this word before in any context to say it. And it's like, yes, I win. And I said, because you've been a cunt, right? And he says to me, you can't speak like that. And it's like, I tried every other way to convey my message of what his behavior was going to do. Nobody stepped up and intervened. My team leader did nothing. You did nothing. You guys all heard me banging on about it because the whole office did. And yet you all still decided to turn a blind eye to it. Well, yeah, it turns out not so much. But I still got out of it, right? This is how I got out of it. And he goes, yeah, I'm going to have to write you up for this, Steve. That's inappropriate contact. You made him cry. And I was like, you can't write me up for that. I was speaking his native language. That's racist. And he goes, what? And he goes, if you try to write me up for using that word, I used that word because it is his native dialect, which bogan is a native dialect. Now, for you to say that I can't speak that word is as bad as me going up to you and saying I find it offensive that the contractors working out on the dock are speaking in Chinese and I can't understand a word they're saying. I would rather they spoke English. That would be racist. Now, you've just said that I can't speak a word in someone else's native dialect. That's racist. If you try to write me up for this particular situation, I'm going to have you up for racism. Now, I'm not entirely white, but I look it. And it is funny as hell, me playing the race card in this particular scenario, and I got out of it because I was technically correct. And it worked. And it was factually true as well. For him to say that I can't use a particular language which somebody else may find offensive is literally discriminating against someone's cultural heritage, whether it be cultural, racial, or whatever, religious, or anything. For me to say that someone is not allowed to use particular language is bigoted or racist or biased in some sort of unfair way. And I said that was the best word to convey the message. And it's like, well, you hurt his feelings. And it's like, good, he hurt my fucking legs, didn't he? Still fell on deaf ears. And I gave him the finger as I was like walking out saying I ain't coming into work for the rest of the week. And they're going, why? And it's like, I'm going to the doctor right now because of what that little bitch did. And a couple of weeks later, you know, it all blew over, you know, everything settled down. He got over it a little bit, mainly because he wasn't walking around like he was someone's girlfriend, like on anal sex day. Ugh, that was horrifying. Well, see, the thing about everybody belongs to a race, and it shouldn't matter. And that's the point I was making. He was complaining about language I was using, and it was literally his native language. Like, he spoke fluent Bogan quite well. I can speak English well. I can also speak Bogan. Also understand a few other languages, not very well, but I can get the gist of what's going on. And if somebody else is speaking a language that I don't understand, like, I'm not going to take offense to it. Now, also, put everything into context, he was being a spoiled little fucking shit. And it's like, no, you're going to cause me an injury. He didn't like it, had a cry about it, got the boss to come and tell me off. Like, shit, I stopped listening to my parents long before I was an adult. Like, not that I didn't have respect for my parents, it's just I went through the whole teenage rebellion thing just like everybody else. I don't need to be told what to do what to say, how to think, how to feel, how to act, or any of that other stuff. Because I know. Well, the thing is, right, I wasn't really like, I'm not entirely white. Like, the best way to describe me is I'm a Scottish Aboriginal Viking. Because I've got a Danish grandparent, I've got an Aboriginal grandparent, I've got an Australian grandparent who's been here for, like, he'd been here for a long time, and I've got a Scottish grandparent. Scottish, Aboriginal, Danish, which is the Viking thing. And I say it like that because I think it sounds funny. It's like the oddest mongrel of people that you could be. Now, with that, I get a race card thrown in there. I can get to say that I'm a black fella. Not that I really do. I've never used it. But whenever anybody wants to go and have a sook about me being a racist, and it's like, well, that's a bit funny. And you're saying that to a black guy. And they're going, you don't look black. And it's like, that's racist too. You don't know me. And that's a fair call, in my opinion. And none of it should freaking matter. The only thing that should matter is if you're judging me based on the work I do I do a good job? Am I a shit stirrer? Hell yeah, I'm a shit stirrer. I love stirring the pot. But at the same time, I never mean to upset anybody, never mean to aim anything as a personal attack. I wasn't trying to upset that fellow when I was telling him that just accidentally said his name. Not that it really matters, it's a common name. Yeah, I upset him, but he injured me because he was being a sook. And also, I felt that it was the most appropriate language to describe what he was doing, in the hopes that maybe he would grow a pair and get over not wanting to ride past his ex-girlfriend's house. It's like, fuck me, are you fucking kidding? You're gonna cripple me. I can't run around with my kids now. I'm gonna be icing my knees the whole weekend, and for the Thursday, Friday, and the weekend. You know, trying to get sick days paid out because you crippled over the weekend. It was a nightmare at the place I was working. But yeah, the quality of life just goes up to shit. All because Princess couldn't handle it. And I was told, toughen up, Princess. Oh, we all got shit to go through. It's like, yeah, you really want to pull that card with me? You know what I've been through. I don't care what your ethnicity is. I'm going to assume that everybody starts at an even thing. And then whatever you do is going to determine what I think of you. So if you're a good person, or you have fun, or like the conversation that we're having right now, I can see that you're a well-grounded person. You're making a lot of sense. You're thinking along the same logical lines as any rational person would. Can obviously tell that you're of the same generation as me, and you've probably been through a lot of shit too in your time, and you've gotten through it through grit, determination, and all the rest of that sort of stuff. Whereas reading some shit you see on social media from people who want to be a victim. It's like, are you kidding me? You've got no real problems, so you go and create problems. So you've got something to whinge about. Why don't you go out, live a life, get some real problems, and then come and complain to me? Oh, you're just trying to diminish my struggle. Yeah, well, see, that's the thing. I got into trouble, at one of the places I was working at, from a little white chick who said that, I was talking to one of the Aboriginal blokes, he's more Aboriginal than me by a long way. He actually recognised all his heritage and stuff like that. Used to take part in all the stuff. We had this thing called NAIDOC Week in Australia, which is National Australian Indigenous Communities something or other, right? I never took part in it because, never really had much to do with it when I was growing up. We have an idiot problem in Australia. We have the majority of people, 95% of the people, and then we have the loud idiots that want to go and run their mouths and cry foul and all sorts of other crazy shit. Usually white Karens. And they've usually got blue hair too. craziness that goes on with that shit. And I'm not trying to denigrate people, I'm just saying what I see here. But anyway, yeah, the NAIDOC week thing, right? Now, I was asking questions about it because I wasn't raised with any of it. I was curious to know what goes on. So I'm chatting with this guy that I work with, saying, oh yeah, so, blah, 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 going through this, that, and the other thing, and other related aspects of all that sort of stuff. And this little white chick comes up to me, like the whitest, she's like an albino with paint stripper all over her. She was that friggin' white, and she was older too. She comes up and Karens me. She goes, oh, listen, some of what you're saying, some people might find offensive, and it's like, why? And she's like, oh, you're using language, because, I start talking with a bit of the Bogan accent, and he starts to get more of the Aboriginal accent coming out. It's like, yeah, how's it going, mate? All that sort of stuff. And, I grew up in country towns and stuff like that, and there's a little bit of a revert back to some of the colloquial language that you use and stuff like that, and it's like, she comes up to me and says to me that I need to stop talking about all of this stuff because other people might be finding it offensive. And it's like, I'm learning about my heritage here. And she goes, what? And it's like, well, as an Aboriginal Australian, there are aspects of it, I want to compare my upbringing with Gav's over here. And she just looks at me dumbstruck, and it's like, you're a racist. And she goes, I studied Aboriginal culture at university and I have a degree in it and Aboriginal art and all this other stuff. And it was like, and yet you're telling me that I can't have a conversation with a co-worker who is of the same ethnicity as me and blah, 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 and really start tearing strips off her. And she was just really unaware because, unless I've been out in the sun for a summer, I look white as a ghost, Otherwise, one summer I'd come out looking like black as the ace of spades, I tan. If I go out in the sun, I burn once and then look like an Aboriginal for the rest of the summer sort of thing. And then, winter goes by, go white again. It's like colour changing kid, man. It was crazy when I was a teenager. I didn't look like my first driver's license photo because, I had my head shaved. I'd just been up to the Northern Territory and I came back. And yeah, I was really, really dark. And winter rolls around and I'm trying to get into nightclubs and shit like that with my driver's license, and they wouldn't let me in because they said, that's not you, mate. And it's like, why the hell would I give you someone else's driver's license, someone that looks like that? Look closely, ignore the colour. It's like, oh yeah, I suppose if I squint, it sort of looks like you. It's like, oh, don't be a wanker. Anyway. So yeah, that's the sort of retarded shit we get. We get this overcompensation for it. There was nothing that was any way derogatory in anything I said in the conversation. It was me and one of my other mates from work having a chat about growing up in the country and shit. He was from the Territory and was talking about my time up in the Territory and shit. It's like, yeah, when I was up there, this is what it was like. It's, oh yeah, with all the stilts and shit. It's like, yeah, man, it's freaking crazy. Were you up there when Tracy went through? Cyclone Tracy? He goes, nah. I was just a wee tack when that happened. And we're just talking just like that. And yeah, she decided to carry it out on us. And it's like, are you kidding me? So yeah, I put her in a place like that. Because, yeah, fucking, if you don't she was eavesdropping on someone else's conversation, for fuck's sake. If you don't like what someone else is talking to someone else about, mind your own freaking business. I don't care if other people want to listen into the conversation, they find it entertaining or offensive or whatever, but if it's someone else's conversation and you're not a part of it, shut the fuck up. It's none of your business. Oh, you need to take care and say certain things and do certain things and act in a certain way. And it's like, yeah, okay, I'm going to be someone that I'm not just to make you feel better about yourself. I think not. I'm always going to be me because it's the only thing I'm good at. Yeah, like I said, we don't have a colour problem in Australia. We have an idiot problem in Australia. And we have the problem with not adequately recognising stupidity. When I was a kid, it was when they started introducing participation trophies and you know, you tried medals and whatnot. It's like, yeah, no, that shit just shouldn't happen, I don't think. We need winners and losers in the world, because if we don't have winners and losers, you never know what you're good at. And if you don't know what you're good at, you're going to end up doing something you're shit at, and you're going to fuck it up for everybody else. Oh, but you think you're good at everything, you smart ass. And it's like, no, I don't. I know I'm shit at a lot of things. But being able to recognize when you're shit at something means that you could improve one day if you wanted to. Yeah, well, I think, like I said before, 90% of people in the world these days, 95% of people in the world are suffering fools, something wicked. Because these fools are allowed to say and do whatever they want without fear of reciprocity. You can say and do whatever the hell you want, as long as you got some special victim class card you can go and get away with. Like, some of the crazy shit I've seen. This is real life shit. And it's like, you couldn't make this shit up. It's like Jerry Springer became a documentary. God damn. I'm sorry for making you laugh at work, but that being said, if I am making you laugh at work, hopefully I'm making it easier for you. Because I know that being stuck in an office sometimes can be a bit trying, especially when you'd probably rather be playing Space Engineers or whatnot. Glad I could be entertaining. Hopefully you're still getting your work done. Why am I not able to place that? There we go. Because I'm being a bit of a tool. Hey, as far as like, everything I'm saying is only meant as a joke. Like, that's the other thing. If anybody was to listen to anything I said and took offense to it, I'm sorry you took offense. I'm sorry you're the kind of person that takes offense to those things. I'm not sorry I said what I said, because it wasn't meant to be taken that seriously. Nothing I say should ever be taken seriously. If you can't use your own critical reasoning to determine whether or not anything I'm saying is worth anything at all, or you can't get the value out of it, then please don't listen to me, because I talk so much shit. Yeah, well, you know, like, I come from a time where, like, if you, as a bloke, if you said something out of turn to the wrong person, you would get smacked out. Like, you know, I mean, that's how we used to deal with problems. But it was always to your face. It's like, you want to go, cunt, so on and so forth. Yeah, I'm exactly the same. Like, I kind of struggle playing the game with chatting like this, but it's kind of because I get on a roll, kind of get focused on it. Do you get the same ADHD thing where you get hyper focused on a task and you spend 3 days doing something where you forget to eat and you forget to sleep, and you look down and you think, oh geez, I'm starting to feel a bit hungry, and you look at your watch and it's Wednesday? Like, you've literally spent like 70 hours straight building a boat in your garage because your missus says, yeah, like, if you want to go and build a boat, and she wouldn't let you build an aeroplane or something stupid like that because she can swim, she can't fly. Which I suppose she had a fair point. Like, if I made an aeroplane that didn't aeroplane very well, I never would have considered making parachutes to go along with it, because I'm an all or nothing kind of person as far as that shit goes. But yeah, we both could swim. Like, she was a lot better at it than me. Like, I was so skinny because, yeah, constantly moving and shit. Like, yeah, it's a lot of effort for me to swim. Also, being a chain smoker ever since I was 16 years old. Not the world's fittest person anymore. Nor was I then. But yeah, the hyper-focus thing used to get me all the time. Like, Because, like, I was told, oh, you know, by some people, oh, you don't have ADHD because we see you get stuck on tasks and shit like that. After going and seeing psychologists and psychiatrists and other medical professionals over the years, I go, oh, no, that's part of it. That's normal. But the other thing as well is, like, I will learn every single thing I can about anything I'm interested in. Yeah, medication does help with that. I'm not on it at the moment, but I did find that I could stay on a single task a lot better. And more to the point, it was staying on the task that I wasn't particularly interested in doing. But if I did get stuck, or like when I was doing shit kicker jobs and stuff like that, I would be doing that shit kicker job hard, like really fast. It was difficult to keep up with me because like I moved fast, but I was also constantly running my mouth telling stories because I just want the time to go away. Like the worst thing when you're working a 9 to 5 style job, like the Dolly Parton sort of job, was the last 5 minutes of every shift. My feet are on fire because I've been standing up all day lifting heavy shit. And I can't go home yet because if I clock off too soon, then I'm going to cop it. And, oh. Yeah, I go through that shit too. Like, I've been trying to... I've spent probably a decade working on trying to focus on a single train of thought. Like when I was telling the story just before, like the space engineer story, right? I try to stay on task, but like I ad-lib a lot of it because like dumb shit pops into my mind. And it's a little bit different every time I tell it because it's like, yeah, you know, I'm trying to relate from their points of view and stuff like that and tell the story. But the other problem I have is like, you know, if I'm trying to recall an event, the entire event will happen all at the same time in my head. It's like every neuron fires at the same time. The whole experience dumps in a microsecond of something that may have gone on over the course of several hours, which makes it really hard to fill out a police report. So I'm running my mouth a mile a minute faster. And there's like they ended up having to videotape me and then transcribe it afterwards to try and work out what was going on. And they said, "How do you remember all this shit?" And it's like, because I went through it. But it was the same with everything else. It's like, you asked me to talk about just about anything, I'd be able to tell you everything I know about it and talk endlessly about it, because it's the other thing that kind of a weird thing. It's like you want to know a lot of shit, take an interest in a lot of shit, find a keen interest in anything and you'll be able to remember it. I try to teach that shit to my kids. They go, "Why do you know so much about everything?" It's like, I don't know so much about everything. I just know a lot of things about a lot of different things. That's because I find something interesting, so I'll go and learn about it. You can do the same thing if you want. Just pay attention to what's going on. Oh, it sounds like hard work. Typical. But, you know, it is what it is. Things could be a hell of a lot worse. Like, could have been a lot worse for me. I mean, I could have been like half-time lost my legs because somebody threw a fridge at me because they thought I was banging their wife, you know? Poor guy. I think I might go dig some uranium. So, how do you get YouTube past the firewall at work, or are you just listening to me on a YouTube stream or something like that? Or on your phone or something? Curious to know. Chronically interrupting your work, you're going to have wobbly lines all over the place, drawing shit. If you're laughing that much at least anyway. Oh crikey, running low on fuel. That's not ideal. Better go dig some ice. Hey, go nuts, man. Hey, look, you know, I put it up on the internet first. I'm glad you enjoyed the story. I'm probably gonna tell it again a little better. Like, I'll try and do it in a decent video, like with no swearing and stuff like that, but you know, I can't really change who I am. Yeah, have you seen that shit? Google with the thinking computers, man. Now, I'm not a conspiracy theorist. Nah, I don't believe that it's smart at all. I watched a computer file video on it. And the way he explained it is, yeah, it's just a very, very, very large language, what do you call it? Language library, something or other. So, yeah, AI is not, Skynet's not going to get me. Although, those, Boston Dynamics videos scare the shit out of me sometimes. Yeah, well, you know, the way I tell stories or anecdotes or jokes or anything, oh, I got another really good story. Like, I don't want to use all of my stuff up in one go. But yeah, like, I'll take a one-line joke and turn it into a story. Like, I love Norm Macdonald, and he does it really well as well. Like, the Moth story by Norm Macdonald, brilliant. And I'll do the same thing. Like, I'll take up, you know, a one-liner joke and turn it into, like, a mad, complicated story like that. Yeah, I'll tell you the one about, I suppose like he won't mind if I use his name. It's Albie's dog. I'll tell you that one in another stream, I think. Because yeah, that some of that story is true. Or not necessarily true, but like it's embellished a little bit. Because he tells me a joke. Like I used to work with a guy like at the last place I worked, and we got along like house on fire. But his favourite thing was telling dad jokes. And, you know, the cringiest dad jokes you could come across. Now, I would take that dad joke and turn it into a half-hour story that everybody would think was a true story until I said the punchline. And they just look at me. I got punched one time by somebody at work in the arm. Gone, I thought you were telling me a real story, man. It's like, that's kind of the point, isn't it? Oh man, like, yeah, they're my favourite jokes. It's like, when people aren't sure whether or not you're bullshitting or not. That's the only time, the closest thing that I could do to lying to anybody is joking, oh, I just had a massive crash. Well, not massive, but landing gear didn't land in gear. Bye-bye drills. Okay. Well, that sucked ass. Just made a mess of things. I think it's a little bit late in the evening to be doing this. Like, this is a lot longer than I normally would have gone on with the streams. We're going to chop off all the radio-friendly parts of the stream. But we all had a good laugh. At no one's expense. So nobody should be taking offense to any of it. I can't. Well, that's not what happened. What happened was the landing gear didn't stick. But yeah, no, you can't share Inesh Tensor on this server. That causes all kinds of grief. It's just one of the server settings. So
Inventory full.
yeah, no, there was a landing gear in the middle down here, and I annihilated it. by trying to land, and that's what created that crater there. That's where my landing gear was. But yeah, like an idiot, I kind of went in a little bit too hot. I thought, oh, I'll just come over here and pick up some ice, because, yeah, I'm starting to run a bit low on fuel. What a silly mistake that was. I don't know if you've seen any of the earlier streams, but yeah, me and my retardation, which literally, that actually is what it is, because it slowed me down quite significantly, so I am being literal. I slowed myself down by crashing into an asteroid. Not once, but twice, by not paying attention to what was in front of me whilst I was sitting here upgrading the back part of the ship. The front part of the ship flying into a giant space rock. Second time was nowhere near as fast. First time, 100 meters a second. I thought I was a goner. Nearly took out the survival kit I had on the back there as well. But still managed to survive, so it turned out to be not the world's worst starter outer video. Like, if you're a starter outer, this is what you do, sort of thing. Because if you're a starter outer, you're gonna mess up pretty bad. Yeah, hold my beer. I wish I still drank. I miss drinking. I quit drinking because, like, part of the ADHD, I was put on medication, which meant that I could no longer get drunk. I already have a hyperactive metabolism, so I have to drink a lot of alcohol to get drunk. After drinking a bottle of scotch and not feeling drunk, I thought, there's no point in this anymore, this is just expensive. And yeah, that's when I quit drinking. That was about 5 years ago. And, like, I was a professional musician, so I could drink. And I drink because I wanted to get drunk. Life sucked and it was the way to deal with it.
Inventory.
We don't drink because we want to, we drink because we have to, and medication took that away from me. The drugs just make me more like a normal person. I don't like being like a normal person, because I feel like I get into more trouble because I get frustrated, because, like, I'd much rather be an idiot. I'm not trying to denigrate anybody or myself, but yeah. You want to have a look at the reason why people abuse substances in the world. It's because the world is a very, very difficult place to deal with. And Chris Rock said, sometimes you need a little something, something. Take the edge off when you get home. And Miss Bean walk in and she just starts running her mouth. Love Chris Rock. Even love Chris Rock when he got the shit slapped out of him by, what's his name? Independence Day Man. Welcome to Earth. Smack. Same thing to Chris Rock. How funny was that shit at the Academy Awards or whatever the fuck it was? Jeez. I think someone should have told him he wasn't acting in a movie at that time. And Chris Rock took it like a champ, but God, the world's a funny place. Must be the middle of the day over there in the United States. Hey, scrolling through and checking out what's going on the channel, see if anybody else is watching. You have been cancelled from YouTube for offensive language. No, that hasn't actually happened. Not that I'm aware of. I think the stream's still up and running. Well, must be still up and running. But yeah, that would be pretty depressing in some ways. But also, maybe it's a win in other ways. Ah, you never know. You have been cancelled. Yeah, I think, yeah, bugged the stream up. Oh well, doesn't matter. What am I doing? I don't want to do that. I was thinking something else, but Okay, we still got fuel, so if we jack it up with the engines like this, we can move pretty well now, which is nice, not having an enormous amount of stuff in the ship. Put a landing gear on, which I probably haven't got assigned to anything smart now. Oh, ship's taken off. What the hell? Don't do that. I think... noon. It's like well, it's 1 o'clock, 1 a.m. here. Like, literally the opposite side of the world. So, you know, when y'all say, I'ma go dig my way to China or whatever the hell's going on with that shit, it's like you're not. You're actually digging your way to Australia because we are in the southern hemisphere, you guys northern hemisphere, and literally 12 hours away. I always laughed because it's like, when we were little kids, they'd say, yeah, where are you digging? China. Why? Get away from you because you smell. And it's like, nah, you're going to end up in the US, so they're going to have to deal with you and your stupidity and whatnot. You poor guys, I wonder if he ever made it. Smart ass little shit that kid was. He was worse than me. Used to spend a lot of time in detention with him. God, I miss the days of just getting detention. I should have GPS'd. Actually, I'm pretty sure I did GPS that place. Man, this thing moves a lot better than it did before, other than my incompetent flying. It's a good thing I put all that armor on the bottom as well. It's like, I'll get to points in the game where it's like, oh yeah, I reckon I can do that. Turns out, no, I probably shouldn't have tried that. I probably shouldn't be flying right now. I mean, I've been awake for a long time. Been playing the game pretty much non-stop all days, back-to-back streams. Like, I'm not whinging about it. Like, I would rather not be doing anything else right now. Just go and watch old sci-fi reruns and shit. Try to sleep. I think I might rearrange my body clock. Like, if you guys find this entertaining on the other side of the world. But that being said, Marty's got young kids and shit in a day job. So, I don't know, I'll probably just end up doing more spaced out streams. I was going to try and keep it down to 4 hours, but this one's gone well over. Been finding your conversation very entertaining as well. Yeah, Marty's going to log in tomorrow and say, yeah, ship's smoking, missing drills, shit's gone wrong. What the hell did you try and do last night whilst I wasn't paying attention? I can only be me. Never claimed I was smart. Like, you know, I've seen idiots with degrees. Many idiots with degrees. I don't have any degrees. Read a lot of books though. So, at least I know where I'm being stupid. Or how I'm being stupid. Try to minimize the impact of my stupidity on the rest of the world. At least I only broke my own stuff this time. Here's another interesting concept. I once had a conversation with the supervisor at a place I worked saying, why can't we just have a rule saying use common sense? And he goes, look, I understand where you're coming from. I know it's a stupid rule. We've had a lot of stupid rules come through the books because we've got a lot of stupid people trying to justify their stupid jobs. But unfortunately, we can't just say use common sense because common sense relies on common experience, and no two people have ever had the same experience in the world. There's a lot of people that have had similar experiences, but unfortunately, because we have such a diverse group of people working here, some people are born in other countries and shit that where the whole world's... Ah, excellent. Well, that's kind of what my thing, that's what I do. I'm glad I'm helping out somebody else with their, clock watching. But yeah, no such thing as common sense because there is no common experience. Maybe I should do the radio show. I'll just keep doing the podcasting or what have you. Make someone else's day a bit better. That's always my goal. I miss playing music because I miss being a professional entertainer. It's one of the things I really prefer about it is if you can provide an entertaining spin or perspective on something and make someone laugh. I taught my son well. A friend of mine, he had a baby die at birth, right? It's tragic, right? It's the worst tragedy I could imagine for him, right? His missus, she's just shattered, right, at the funeral. And my son comes up to me and goes, "Geez, Emily looks pretty today." And I was like, "Hey Dex, you know what you should do? You should go up and tell her that, because I think you'll make her feel a lot better." So yeah, he does. He walks up to her and tells her, and makes her laugh at her baby was 40 minutes old when it died, and she laughed at the funeral. And it's like, that was a proud moment for me because my son made someone feel better at the worst possible time in her life. That's what my goal is. The most tragic situation, if you can just give someone that little endorphin hit and make them feel that little bit better, then I feel like I've contributed in a positive way to the world. Now, it might not be much, but it's something. And, through all the tragic shit that I've been through in my life, if there's anything positive that can come from it, it's absurd, ridiculous. Some of the shit's just absolutely crazy. If I can tell it in a funny way and make someone chuckle at the absurdity of it, then maybe there's just that tiny little thing that would give it a little bit of positive value rather than the negative pile of shit that it really is, And hey, I'm doing something that I like with it now, telling stories, talking shit on the internet, playing a video game. So, realistically, should I really be complaining all that much? Maybe not. I mean, the whole concept of what I was doing here was supposed to be trying to tell new people how to play the game. So, kind of gone on a pretty weird tangent right now. Just start looking at a tutorial from an idiot who doesn't really know what he's doing to somebody who's talking a lot of crazy shit, getting way too deep and philosophical about crazy blue-haired people talking shit. I didn't know we could hide in here. I just found another weakness of people having hidey spots in me shit. I have to remember that one. And I'm gonna have to go and send freedom seeds down those holes when people board my ship. I stole that word from an American. Freedom seeds. We're not allowed to grow freedom seeds in Australia. They're illegal. As illegal as a lot of other entertaining things. I swear to God. If I could move to the United States, if I was capable of doing it, I would emigrate over there. I mean, there was a point where I did feel like I wanted to declare refugee status from my country because of the way that the Western Australian state government was treating me. So, yeah, we have a lot of very... Oh, God. Every time we go to an election, it's like trying to pick the lesser of two evils and the battle of who could care less. Like, because they don't care. All they want to do is make sure they get paid and make their friends rich. And some of them were so brazen about it. Like, some of the crap I've seen. And no one cares. Freedom fees. No, freedom seeds. Pew pew. Like, I was talking about, like, sending freedom seeds down all the hidey holes that people might go in between those large industrial containers there. No, in Australia, we are not allowed to think about owning firearms. Or we're not allowed to use anything for self-defense because that's considered assault, aggravated assault. If the weapon's pointy, that's aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. I read a lot of law books. And also specific wording of the law is very important. And also the way one law is worded has absolutely no relationship to the way another law is worded and all sorts of other legal shit. I ended up having to do a lot of lawyering shit because I had an incompetent one. But yeah, no, this hidey hole here, you can actually travel down. And if you have a ship with these things in here, this is going to be a pirate's hidey spot if you set your ship up like this. So yeah, if you have these, you want to send some freedom seeds or missiles down there to make sure that they're not there when you leave a safe zone or something like that. I've never been to the United States. I've never actually left Australia. The furthest I've been from Western Australia is the Northern Territory, unfortunately. I've never really had the need or the desire to travel because I thought Australia was a good place. Turns out I was quite sorely mistaken. However, I do appreciate just about every other place in the world for one reason or another because I've worked with people from just about every other country on the planet because we get a lot of immigration to Australia, whether it be like because they're refugees or just because they want to come over here because the weather's a bit nicer than sunny Britain or what have you. Like I've worked with quite a few people from the United States. Like one of the guys I worked with at the last place I was at, he was from Fort Lauderdale. And yeah, all I really know of that is that it's near Cape Kennedy or Cape Canaveral. I can't remember which one it's called, but I remember that from the movie Flight of the Navigator. That was like based in Fort Lauderdale and stuff like that, the NASA place there. Like I wanted to be an astronaut, so I loved that shit when I was a kid. Okay, yeah. Well, it's not that I loved them. I'd see a definite need for them. Well, I have fired firearms, using firearms at a recreational range in Australia is very difficult. Like the guns that we were allowed to use, there was there was a lot of murder-suicides going on there. So what? There's this chain of gun ranges called the Lone Rangers shooting range, right? What they do is they got two metal wires on the side with a beam that slides up and down on that the front of the gun clips to, so that way you can't turn it on yourself or shoot your partner, right? Because they had a problem with that. And it make even firing the 22, it's you've got this massive weight on the end of it. Like you still do a pretty good job with it, but yeah, it's like idiots have to ruin it for everybody else. And it's like, those idiots are dead. It's not like they're going to shoot himself again. Jeez, they put a big friggin' hole in their head and painted half the wall with it. Why don't you just let the idiots die and let everybody else do what they want to do? Oh no, we've got a certain responsibility to make sure, blah 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 blah. And it's like, no, if the idiots want to die, let them die. Make the world a better place. Please. Take the warning labels off everything and let the problem sort itself out. I think that'd be the best thing. like, I'm not a gun nut or anything like that either, by any stretch of the imagination, but I definitely do appreciate the amendments to you guys' constitution. Australia has a constitution, which I have read. We have a very abbreviated version of the constitution, which everybody thinks is the constitution, which is a page long. That's not it. That's like a summary of it. The Constitution is something like 590 pages long. It is a very dry read, and it goes into everything. And one thing that I found particularly interesting in the Australian Constitution was one part where if you are a member, like, you are not allowed to be a member of a political party or have any other outside interests. You have to resign from being a board of directors and all these other things if you want to be a representative, like, of the people, of whether it's the representative in the Senate or the House of Representatives in Australia, which we have two houses similar to your Senate, and yeah, I think you have a House of Representatives or something like that. I'm not sure exactly how the American system works, but yeah. So, and you're also not allowed to be. You have to be an Australian. You can be a foreigner and be the Prime Minister in Australia. Like, you can be born in another country, but you have to be an Australian citizen. So that's where it differs a little bit. I think you have to be born in the United States to be the president over there, which, to each their own. Like, I see merit in both ways. It's like, I'd rather have the best person for the job. Like, I don't really care where they're from, as long as they can do what they want to do properly. And also, what we have, the Prime Minister is just the leader of the House of Representatives. He's still just a minister who actually has other duties and obligations and tasks that they're supposed to undertake. It's just that they are the head speaker of the group of speakers. But the point I was getting at before is, like, there has been a lot of people that have, like, technically it makes political parties illegal. Because you're not allowed to be a member of any political organization with political interests, because it steps aside from the representative nature of what it was originally supposed to be. So if you're representing your political party, you're not representing the will of the people of your constituency. And that, to me, is where we've gone wrong in our country, is people don't get heard anymore because no one's really listening to the people that they're supposed to be representing. There is no adequate voice. Like, it used to be, like, a long time ago, I could go to my House representative, like my local member of parliament, and say, I'm having a problem with this. Can you please go and do something about it? And they will take it to parliament and actually go and do something about it. Not anymore. Now it's like, well, that doesn't tie in with party politics. And it's like, well, who gives a fuck? You're not supposed to be a member of a political party when you are a sitting member of the House of Representatives. They get around this. Remove the warning labels. If we remove the warning labels, then the idiots will sort themselves out. I should never be in charge of anything. So, if for whatever reason you're ever in a position for me to be voted into a position of power of any description, you should know that I'm probably doing it to take the piss. Brewster's Millions style. You should vote for none of the above, because they're all shitty choices. I'm here as a piss take. I don't want the job. I don't want the responsibility. I don't want to have to end up having to explain to somebody why, any number of the atrocities that happen in the world. Why we have to go and house people in foreign countries when we can't even house the people here that don't have a friggin' house, you know? It's ridiculous. And you guys are suffering from a similar sort of problem. Billions of dollars of foreign aid going overseas, whilst you got people freezing on the streets. It's like, are you freaking... Why don't... Like, you got a guy living up north called Jordan Peterson said, why don't you, if you want to get your life in order, clean your room. And it's like, same deal goes there. It's like, don't go around telling the rest of the world what to do or helping them out or anything like that when you've got shit to deal with in your own backyard. I don't think Australia should be doing anything other than making sure that Australia's fine first. Once we've got everything all sorted out, which we've got a lot of crazy shit going on, then we can go maybe helping out some other people. Why don't we help ourselves first so then we can adequately help other people? Maybe that'd be the smart thing to do. I don't know. I think my biggest problem in life is I talk way too much logic and reason, and at least I think it's logical and reasonable. I get told off for that shit all the time. Just because you think it makes sense doesn't mean that Karen over there doesn't think it makes sense. It's like, I don't care. It's like, she's going to get upset anyway. She got upset because somebody didn't turn their socks down the right way, for fuck's sake. Or, I didn't iron my pants, I used the dryer. Jesus. Like, I don't own an iron. Like, my clothes will go from the washing machine to the dryer to getting put somewhere, usually in the basket. And then I'd shake them out if they were a little bit wrinkly because I don't iron shit. I don't care. I worked in a warehouse and stuff like that. And I'd usually end up coming home covered in dust and shit anyway. Why the fuck would I care? Ah, geez, this has just turned into postal rants about shit. I blame the American guy. Got me on a rant. And no, I don't. I'm taking a piss. Ah, nah, it's all good, man. Like, I'm having a good laugh. Like, see, this is the thing, right? The majority of people, I feel, would probably agree with a lot of what I say, because I hear it a lot. Like, I spend a lot of time looking around the internet, reading stuff, trying to get other people's opinions and see whether or not I'm crazy. That's kind of, like, I spent so much time trying to figure out whether or not I was crazy, because I was living in a crazy situation. And yeah, living with crazy people can drive you crazy. Trying to understand a crazy person will definitely drive you crazy, because a sane person trying to get into the mind of a crazy person will drive them crazy. Look what happened to Heath Ledger. Jeez, he tried to play a psychopath and ended up killing himself, or getting himself killed. Poor guy. Like, yeah, he was the same age as me, just about. And he also went to school, at the school next door to me. And yeah, poor guy. You gotta be careful what those doctors give you. Read the labels. He was somebody who, yeah, like, I really respect him as an actor. Especially after seeing him in whichever Batman it was with the Joker in it. God damn, he did an epic job. I really would have liked to have seen a follow-up from him, see what he did. But that being said, can't knock Joaquin Phoenix for what he did with that movie Joker. I have a lot of respect for people that can tell a story like that. I actually have the balls to do it too. I actually read in a psychology book the analysis of the good versus bad psychopath and their roles in society. Like, Batman himself could be regarded as being a sociopath or a psychopath in nature, probably more psychopathic, but with a place in society that actually serves a constructive purpose, whereas the Joker was more of the anarchic, antisocial psychopath. There's also a book written about it. It's called The Good Psychopaths. It was talking about a British SAS officer. He was a clinical psychopath, but he was a very good operator. And it's interesting because his role in society was, like, ended up being, he was there to do a particular task. He had absolutely no problems with going out and dispatching individuals who needed it done to them. And yeah, it was just really interesting looking at it from that point of view. Like, going on a complete tangent here, but yeah, it's like the people that end up being criminally minded usually seem to be people that are trying to be something that they're not. And I'm getting back to this sort of concept again, which is, you know, it's very critical of modern society, but at the same time, it's like you try to make someone be something that they're not. Like, you know, you call someone a deviant of society or something like that. You're going to make them repress their behavior and also create neurosis that's going to make them act out in ways that is very detrimental to the greater community. There's a lot of other studies I've read where, like, they say that somewhere in the vicinity of 10% of the population of the world is a sociopath or a psychopath, which is a very high number. Now, that doesn't mean that 10% of the world is going to be a serial killer. People that excel in corporate leadership roles typically have a psychopathic nature to them, which, you know, it helps them do their job. They can act without conscience or remorse to do things that will be a detriment to a large number of people for the sake of the company. And they can do that comfortably and sleep easy at night. I don't understand it myself because I have a conscience. Like, and I can't necessarily speak negatively of them because a true psychopath is actually born without that part of their brain functioning. You can actually see it in an MRI scan. It's kind of trippy. You have a look at an active MRI where, like, you know, they're exposed to certain things or ask certain questions. They don't have that region of the brain active in the same way as a normal, as 90% of the world. Now you'd think, well, that person mustn't fit in very well. And then there comes in the story from the book The Good Psychopath. The Good Psychopath, I think it was called, where the British SAS officer, he's a normal family man when he's at home, but when he gets sent overseas to go and undertake wet work or what have you, he does it very effectively and doesn't have PTSD from it, doesn't worry about all the gore and violence and stuff he sees because that's who he is over there, and he's a different person when he's at home. And realistically, you know, in effect, he's kind of describing the serial killer. And it's a necessary, like, you know, I'm talking to my psychologist about it, and he says, you know, they must have a role in society somewhere. And I think that their role was probably, they were the people that would either take chances and help to progress the tribe, as well as they were the people that could comfortably go and protect the tribe from threats, whether they be from, you know, they could act without fear and remorse. So if there was a neighbouring tribe that would attack you, they could go and wipe them out and not feel bad about it. They were needed in that tribe to keep their own tribe safe. This is all about family. Or they could go out and they could take down large game and bring home a hell of a lot of food. And, you know, I think people need to, like, and this is just as a general idea or a concept, is like maybe people need to be a little bit more accepting of people have a specific role or ability or a skill set that they may be better at. Talking like Liam Neeson here, I have a particular set of skills. Anyway, you know, everyone should have a place in society. Everybody could. And perhaps, like, saying that somebody's role is not politically correct or something ridiculous like that is like, well, there's also the phrase, there's a dirty job, but someone's got to do it. It's like, you don't want to go... I mean, one of the things that made me laugh was I was working really horrible jobs at the time, and there was all this banging on about equal representation of women in the workforce, and it made me laugh because it's like, yeah, I'm digging shit right now. In the pouring rain, it's like 7 degrees, the wind's howling, like it's raining sideways, stinging the shit out of me. I've got a shovel in my hand, blisters all over them, and I don't hear any woman saying, I don't see enough women working with you. That is a very real thing that I've seen. It's like equal representation when it comes to the jobs with aircon. Or a good paycheck. But not on the days I'm feeling funny. that's been another issue that I've had. It's like, where's such and such? Oh, they're not in today. Why? Oh, they're not feeling well. Jesus, same time every goddamn month. If I said that too loudly, oh Christ. I had a very bad time with a lot of situations like that. And all I'm looking for is a level playing field. I don't care where you're from, what you're doing. That's why I like playing on the vanilla server here. Everybody's got the same rules. Like, not gonna have somebody come along one day and change the rules on me. It's like, nah, this is what the server's gonna be now. Tough shit, deal with it. It's like, how about no? Why can't we just establish the rules at the beginning of the game? You don't change the rules of poker halfway through the game, do you? Some people would. There was a Star Trek episode about that. The Royal Fizbin. It's crazy world. Cannot withdraw 5 computers. Why the hell not? Okay, make 5 computers. There we go. Brain's not working. Has it ever worked? Well, that's a debatable question. Worked in what sense? It does things, ticks away, way faster than it probably should. Does it do anything productive? Well, that's also a debatable question. What do you want me to produce? That's the interesting question. I can produce a lot of verbal bullshit. Very good at that. All I'm looking for is a laugh. Making stuff. What'd you do? Loaded up a bunch of shit. It's like, yeah, Western Australia is a funny place. Like, when the mining boom was going on over here, like, China was buying shit loads of stuff. And, like, you go into, like, this is, I think, one Australian comedian guy with one leg and shit, he was talking about it. He said, yeah, go to Perth, and the Qantas Lounge there, you know, it's where all the high flyers and all that shit go. You see nothing but high-vis shirts everywhere, and this is all supposed to be the upmarket lounge and shit. And it's like, oh yeah, what do you do, mate? Oh, I dig a fucking hole. Yeah, it's like, yep, that's definitely Western Australia for you. Yep, just come off a FIFO shift, spent 2 weeks digging a big hole. I've been to Kalgoorlie, and that literally is the biggest hole I've ever seen. There's this place there called the Super Pit, and it's like 1 kilometre long. Actually, I think it might be 1 mile long, actually. And it's about half a mile wide, because I think they had freedom units when they originally measured it out. It was like pre-1974, it's pretty damn big now. And it's like, yeah, Kalgoorlie's a hole for several reasons. But that being said, like, when I played there, like, the pubs there, I had a lot of fun. It's a pretty wild town, though. Jeez. Okay, why can I not get stuff out of that? Sort of zoning out, spacing out now. I don't know. Just try to get back to building shit. Get away from ranting about the weirdness of the world. Although we were having a pretty epic time a little while ago on the other AU server, like Keen's server. It was funny as hell. Like some of the crazy shit that was going on with that. Like there was a couple of guys that were doing a little bit of PvP piracy and stuff like that, which, you know, I was having a little bit of a dig at because, you know, you don't really want to do that to people that just bought the game. It's an incredibly hard situation. You just buy the game, feel like you want your money back and shit like that because you go and get annihilated. But, you know, it is what it is. You know, I accept that, you know, it's in the rules and etc. Okay, yeah, this is driving me a little bit mental. What's stopping me from, like, grabbing stuff from wherever I want it? Space has been an issue the whole damn time. Anyway. Yeah, we had a right time with that. That was funny as hell. I miss him. Like that crazy Malcolm dude. Like, yeah, he might have like buggered up Marty's ship and tried to take mine and stuff like that, but I made a ship, called it the Suit Killer. Did exactly what it was supposed to do. Kill guys flying around in a suit, trying to kill me with a grinder. And he came at me with a ship that was entertaining as well. Oh, it was funny. Should see if I could find him and go and invite him over, but like he'd annihilate my base. Like behaving like a true psychopath in the game. No consequences, fear or remorse. Made me laugh though. Because realistically, it is just a game. Meant to be entertaining. I was losing my shit at people that lost their mind over it as well. It's like, no, that guy's being a dickhead. And it's like, yeah, but he's a funny dickhead. If he can make me laugh, I can appreciate what he's doing. Anyway, I might have to call it a night soon. I broke my ship. So I think my work here is done. I was going to extend that out and actually park it up to the base, but I think I might just leave it. Come back in the morning. Now I might actually have to spend a little bit more time going through all the potential music I can play as well. It's like, yeah, if I'm going to be streaming for people at work and stuff like that, I don't want to have the same 80 minutes of music just playing on a loop. But yeah, anyway, it has been fun. Oh, I hope I didn't kill Marty. Suppose I should probably check that. Yeah, I think he's alright. That's all good. Yeah. So yeah, it has gone way longer than I expected it to. Only by an hour and a half, but even still. Sorry, B-Dub. Gonna have to bail on you. I'm glad I could make you laugh. Have fun telling me story. I'll see if I can give you a few more next time. And yeah, keep it real or whatever it is. Actually, no, keep it well engineered. It's like, sounds like you got a pretty big burden on your shoulder making sure those drawings come out right. So if you're still listening, have a good one, man, and I'll catch up with you later on, hopefully. have to do a collaboration or something. Anyway, catch ya.